Genocide prevention. And our last speaker is Laura Hart, who's running to stage. Hi, Laura. Kırıvatkan mihmallarımız cimcit şekilde oltasak, cimcit kırıp cimcit çıkıp kısa biz mana başlayımız programını.
Dikkat kısa.
Ondan sonra programını başladık. Eminla gaplarını taladık sanlar cimcit otasak bizden sözleydiğen dostlarımız mı sahneyi çıkıp oldu rahmet. Kiler tövendeki söhbət programısı erkek kırgınçılık doğrusunda olmakçı. Bu söhbət programda danlıq tonulğan ve bulup mu Uyghur sot kollegiyasında aktif rol oynayan adamlarım var. Mesela avukat Hamid Sabi, onun sırt Michael Pollack, bizden Uygurlarının özümüzden avukatı. Laura Hart, Safeguard Defenders işleydiğen kampanya direktörü. Bu panelni onun sırt Mia Hasanson Gross Hanım, Renee Kassan Yahudi Teşkilatı'nın direktörü. Onun sırt bu panelni moderatörlükte Hanno Schedler Gesellschaft für Betrüchte Völker'nın teşkilatının adını. Our next panel is going to be on genocide prevention, and we're going to be hearing from our esteemed speakers here on stage. We have Hanno Schedler from Society for Threatened People, we have Mia from Renee Kassan, we have Hamid Sabi, who is an international human rights lawyer who was also the lead counsel for the Uyghur Tribunal. We have Laura Hart, who is the campaign director of Safeguard Defenders and advisor to the Interparliamentary Alliance on China. And we have Uyghur's lawyers, Michael Pollack, as well on stage. So I'll leave it to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we don't want to spend the whole hour just talking amongst ourselves. We also want to invite you, the audience, the people who came from 25 countries, to engage our panelists on what should be done and what actions you expect in the next year, in the upcoming years, because first, we just came from lunch, so maybe we might be a little tired, and second, it's also important that we hear from you. So I would very briefly like to start with our panelists and ask them, Mia being the first one, on what they have been doing in the past years, because we're now not at the stage at the what. We know about the genocide, the crimes against humanity, forced sterilizations, all these things. We know that it's not about just informing the public anymore. It's about what actions need to be taken in order to effectively stop the Chinese government to continue its evil doings. And I would like to start with Mia.
Thank you, Hanno. And thank you for inviting me to this 20th anniversary. And like they say in my neck of the woods, Mazal Tov, which is congratulations in Hebrew on your anniversary. So I'm Mia, I'm the director of Renee Kassan. We are a UK-based Jewish human rights organization that works to promote and protect universal rights, drawing on Jewish values and Jewish experience. As speakers by experience, Jewish people know what it means to be the victim of discrimination, of persecution, of forced labor, and of genocide. And we use that, and it gives us the moral authority, but also the moral responsibility to stand up when other marginalized and minority groups experience what we once experienced today. So Jews have a special responsibility to act. And it's this work that has spearheaded the UK's Jewish community into becoming the leading faith community, and I would argue probably the leading community in the UK to act on the Uyghur issue. And this is a statement that's proudly true today as it was 5 years ago when we started working on the Uyghur issue. It was a crucial meeting with Rahima Mahmoud 5 years ago in London, where I realized that the current Uyghur persecution, simply for exercising your religion, your culture, your language, your amazing food, we all agree on that, is similar not just to the Jewish story, it was actually really similar to my personal family story as a Jewish person. And with that came the realization that as a Jew, as a Jewish community, we pledge to bear witness to what is happening, to raise awareness among the Jewish community in the UK, to advocate for an end of the CCP's persecution of Uyghurs and other minorities. And we did that using Jewish experience and Jewish guilt. We're very good at that. So we drew on our experience, and you know what, it wasn't very difficult to do, because when you see images of 1.5 tons of hair being seized in the UK, in the US, or people being transported in trains, in cargo trains, or barbed wire, it doesn't take a lot to resonate with Jewish experience, if it's 80 years ago or further back. And we, as a Jewish campaigning organization, we leveraged all of that to raise awareness. We did the "Did you know" moment with the Jewish community. So we told the story. We brought Uyghurs to tell your story of what was happening. And then we made sure that whether it was our spiritual leadership, it was our political leadership, it was our youth, or it was our media, they did everything they could to raise the issue and leverage the power they had within their networks. If it was the faith leader or interfaith leader networks, or the political behind-the-scenes networks, or media. It was Jewish News that first started publishing articles on the Uyghur persecution and the Uyghur genocide, and mainstream media very, very quickly followed suit. And we did it, and I think one of the things I'm most proud of as being a member of the UK Jewish community is the ordinary Jewish community member, the layperson that hosted solidarity iftars in their house, or had a joint Hanukkah candle lighting with Uyghur people, or who went and stood outside the Volkswagen dealership down the road, because let's remember, Volkswagen, what it's doing now to the Uyghurs, did in the 1940s to Jews. Or when the Olympics came out, the Winter Olympics, we remember the 1936 Olympics, when the world ignored what was known by then that the Nazis were doing to Jews, and the Nuremberg laws and the emerging persecution of Jews. And we leveraged that. And it is members of the Jewish community that make the choice not to go into certain high street shops. And it is members of the Jewish community that stand every week outside the Volkswagen dealership until today, or outside the Chinese Cultural Center, because we know exactly what it means when your culture, your religion, your language is on the receiving end of destruction. And it was also in the support through Renee Kassan and the Jewish community that we helped establish an Uyghur-led, UK-based campaigning organization, Stop Uyghur Genocide, which I'm a very proud trustee of, which has been running now for 3 years, advocating and leveraging Ian Duncan Smith and other MPs and governmental officials in the UK. Earlier this year, we marked Holocaust Memorial Day, and the theme was the fragility of freedom. Many of us here in the room know and understand only too well what that means. If it's the fragility of freedom of Jews 85 years ago, and more recently since the 7th of October, or the fragility of millions of Uyghurs today. The preamble of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, of which Monsieur René Cassin, a Jewish-French lawyer, is co-drafter, was drafted in response to the atrocities of the Holocaust. And it states that the foundation of freedom, justice and peace in the world lies in the recognition of the inherent dignity and of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family. Without universal dignity, without universal rights and freedom and human rights, freedom crumbles. For those who are still in China, and for those who are in exile and on the receiving end of transnational repression. When on the 9th of December, 2021, Sir Geoffrey Nice read out the Uyghur Tribunal's judgment with Hamid sitting by him, I remember thinking, what if 80 years ago in 1941, there was a similar tribunal, as Jews, including my great-grandfather, were being marched to their death by Nazis? What if there was a tribunal and there was a ruling that was passed then, pressuring governments and corporations to, in the words of the 1948 Genocide Convention, use all means reasonably available to ensure the cessation of ongoing genocide, including conducting due diligence to ensure it is not assisting, aiding, abetting, or otherwise allowing the continuation of genocide. We'll never know what would have happened if that tribunal existed then, but we know it can make a difference today. Whether next year, like you said, Balkan, yesterday, or in 10 years' time when you celebrate your 30th anniversary of the World Uyghur Congress, the charity named after Monsieur Kassan and myself, you will always have me as a friend, and the Jewish people as speakers by experience. We remember the horrors, and we will continue our efforts to remind the world and bear the responsibility to ensure that future generations don't find themselves asking, what if?
Thank you very much, Mia. You and your organization, you have also been an ally of other marginalized groups, Roma, Gypsies, travelers, and so thank you for speaking about Jewish values and what should come out of them. You also mentioned the Uyghur Tribunal, and as said, Hamid Sabi was a counsel on the Uyghur Tribunal. Before that, he was on the China Tribunal and also on the Iran Tribunal. You did a lot on the situation of the Baha'i religious community persecuted terribly in Iran. And I would like to ask you to share your, I don't know, what you did as counsel, what we can learn from the tribunal, and yeah, start with that.
Thank you, and it's really nice to be here, to see you all united, working towards the same aim and the same direction. You don't have to be Jewish to feel guilty about this now. But any community, whether they have been tortured or not, looking at these pictures, should start thinking, having a deja vu feeling, because this is exactly what happened 80 years ago for the Jewish Holocaust. But that's not enough. The civilized world had come together and had prepared a document called the Convention for Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. The main purpose of that is for the member states, which includes almost all the governments in the world, to take action the moment there is a risk of genocide being committed. It doesn't have to be proven. As long as there is a risk, they have to take action. And of course, that very article that all the member states have signed up to it had become now a difficulty for the states to acknowledge that. During the last 3 years since the judgment was delivered, together with Sir Geoffrey Nice, by the way, he apologized that he cannot be here and send all his regards, contacted all the government authorities in UK and written letters, and the last one is to the Foreign Secretary, Lord Cameron, asking them to recognize that at least there is a risk of genocide. And the answer is a standard letter saying that unless a proper court established and a proper judge makes that decision, we are not going to do that. Everybody, all the big states, consider their own interest in dealing with China far more important than human rights or their commitment under genocide. Even the US government, that the Foreign Secretary, Antony Blinken, on the on his presentation to the Senate, confirmed that he agrees with outgoing Secretary of State that the genocide is being committed in China against the Uyghurs, had not taken the action as is required by the Genocide Convention, which requires him and his government to take actions, particularly to the International Court of Justice, to stop China continuing the genocide. Now, unfortunately, so many states are in cohort with China. They are either part of the commercial programs or they have relations with China which they don't want to endanger. So nobody is as brave as Nicaragua or South Africa to come to the court and ask China to stop this. And this is really a pity, and it's a shame for the international community that does not recognize this act as an act of genocide. The finding of the tribunal is very clear, and I hope you all get a copy of this judgment that has now been published. It's available on Amazon. And see clearly how well documented this document is. And you asked us about how this came across. Like what Mia mentioned, it always starts with Rahima. She came to my office and explained how her family had been taken, and we all were moved by what she said. And of course, when we were approached to set up a tribunal, there was no question about how we should go about it and how to do it. The tribunal was really a victims' tribunal. Although we had a lot of experts and lawyers and all these things, but the real soul of the tribunal was the fact witnesses, those who were in camps. And I'm always amazed by the bravery of these witnesses. They risked everything. They put their most important thing in life, their own family, at risk by coming and giving evidence to the tribunal. You must have seen what happened after that. The Chinese government brought members of the family trying to tell them that they lied, they didn't say the truth. Somebody's husband, somebody's brother came and gave evidence. The pressure that they all had gone through to see this thing is amazing, and the courage they had. We have Galvinur here, and we have all those who took this brave action to come and tell the world what has gone to them. And that is the most important part that I witnessed in that tribunal, and I really say my salute to all these witnesses. Thank you, Ralph. Thanks.
Thank you very much. There's a short video, there are several videos of Hamid Sabi on YouTube, if you Google or Google his name. And there's one done by the Geoffrey Nice Foundation, I think, and he starts by answering the question whether what can be accomplished in the sphere of human rights, and he starts by saying basically not much or nothing. And of course then he gives a long list of what can be done, should be done, and why we all need to be passionate about human rights. It's really worth watching. I was impressed. And you also showed a lot of letters that you had written during the years to the Iranian embassy and several, and sometimes you got a receipt, sometimes you didn't get a receipt. So you also talked about the frustrations of these efforts, and that was important and inspiring. 8 years ago, Laura, you told me about your campaign of the right to know, and I was thinking, what's the right to know? And is it really that important? And of course, the Uyghur case shows how important it is and how much of an enemy the Chinese government sees in the right to know, because it tried to conceal so hard what it has been doing since 2016-17 in East Turkestan. Laura, your work with Safeguard Defenders is very varied, and I would like to give you some examples of it.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Hanno, and yeah, it's an honor to be on this panel with such illustrious panelists, and I would say fast becoming
good friends, I hope. I was listening to Hamid and to Mia, and what I heard a couple of times coming back was, the obligations that the signatories of the Genocide Convention have to use all means to prevent genocide, or at least to stop it from continuing. And so I'm going to take that use all means to look at who's doing what and who's not doing. And I really want to start by paying a tribute to this amazing community. It's been amazing over the years, seeing how these gatherings grow. I remember them being very small, and they've become, they just keep getting bigger. Year on year, more people keep joining, people from all walks of life, from all kind of countries, and so that's really an amazing testament to the work you've done and to the strength that this community has. Last night we all got to witness the amazing Uyghur culture. We got to witness the kids continuing that culture, learning the language, learning the traditions, learning the history, and bringing that to others. And I think it was Kelly at the end, just as Dolku was calling people on stage, and the stage was almost too small to show all the people that put their efforts in this on a daily basis to have these traditions continue. And I think Kelly said it takes a village, and that's true. And so seeing this village grow, even though it's in exile, despite everything that's going on inside East Turkestan, despite the horrors that your families are facing, seeing the resilience of this community, seeing them continue those traditions, keep talking about that history, keep talking your language, translating books, it's amazing. And I think you're doing, in a way, using all means at your disposal, each and every one of you, as you can, to make sure you do the one thing that the CCP doesn't want you to do, which is staying alive and keeping your traditions and culture alive. So I really want to pay tribute to you for doing that on a daily basis. Many of you are also activists, are advocates for your people, for human rights, are talking about what's happening, are speaking the truth, and have been doing so for a very long time. As Hamid said, many of you are also paying the most horrible price possible for doing so. I know too many people here have not been able to contact or talk to their families for a really long time. Many of you have their families taken away, imprisoned, punished, really to punish you for speaking up. And so we owe you, and I think the world owes you, and I hope one day the world will acknowledge that they really owe you a debt of gratitude for being willing to pay that price and going through that pain every single day. I think for us as activists, as professionals, that do not have to pay that price, we can talk about what's happening, we can support you without having to fear for our families, without having to fear for our physical safety. So I think we need to use all means, and we really need to step it up to make sure that you can stay resilient, that you can stay strong, that this community can keep growing in the face of the transnational repression it's facing. And so I think when we say we have to use all means, we really need to ask you, what can we do for you so that you can keep going on, can keep living, and can make sure that this issue is not going away. And then the last one, and this is obviously the most difficult one, is when we talk about the signatories, those that actually have the obligations under the Genocide Convention, and what means are they using? And I think it's very clear that those signatories are failing across the board. And not only are they not doing anything to stop it, they didn't do anything to prevent it, they're not doing anything to end it now as it is ongoing. But as Rushan said before on the previous panel, very often they are complicit in making sure it can continue, in enabling the CCP to cover up their crimes, to silence your voices, and to continue these atrocities. So obviously it's an obligation for all of us to work on that, to make sure that they cannot keep getting away with it. It's also the most difficult question. And I just want to give one very simple example, but one that's very close to my heart because it's happening in this moment. It's happening, well, it will be happening in Italy, where I'm living, which is one of those countries that hasn't recognized the Uyghur genocide. There has been a resolution, a motion adopted in the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Chamber a couple of years ago, but again, the government has completely ignored that, various governments. So they prefer this issue to go away, to, you know, let's not talk about it, and that way we can pretend it's not an issue. Now what's happening in this moment is a train has left Xinjiang full of agricultural goods that we can assume have been produced with the forced labor of your brothers and sisters. It's the very first BRI-teamed China-Europe train, so the CCP is making a lot of propaganda around it, and it's headed for Salerno in the south of Italy, where those agricultural products will probably be turned into something, you know, do some work on it, put a Made in Italy stamp on it, and send it to all over the world. So I really want to appeal, this is a very practical thing that is happening right now, and I know there's millions of such things happening all the time, requiring our attention, but I'm really appealing to all of you, let's stop this. Let's do whatever we can to make sure that this train cannot just enter Italy and get away with this kind of blatant propaganda, use of forced labor, and just suppressing your voices, suppressing what is going on in Xinjiang. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura, especially about the last part about what's happening right now, this instant, with the train going to Italy. Michael, you have spent quite some time with Dolkun on planes, and maybe you can also not tell us only about the plane rides, but also what you've been doing in different courts when it comes to making sure that those who are perpetrators are held accountable.
Thank you very much, Hanno, and congratulations on 20 years. I've been told quite clearly by Zumratay that I'm not allowed to speak for very long. She said she's going to come up here and grab the microphone off me. But I'm a barrister, and we speak for a living, and I'm on stage. So I will speak to you, and I will tell you a little bit about some of the things we do. I chair Lawyers for Uyghur Rights, which is works under the World Uyghur Congress and looks at all different options for legal cases to seek to address the atrocities against the Uyghur people. And sometimes we can find some quite creative solutions, at least, or some creative avenues to go down. Mia spoke about the Olympics earlier, and one of the things we did do was make a complaint to the Ethics Committee of the IOC about the Olympics being held in Beijing. And we got some coverage of that. And it turns out, though, with the IOC, the Ethics Committee is actually part of the IOC structure, so there's no independent ethics commission there. And there's been some talk within the sports field about whether that needs to change. So we welcome any suggestions of legal avenues you think of in your countries, in your regions, wherever you live around the world. The case I was going to talk about mostly today is in relation to our Argentinian submission. This is on behalf of the World Uyghur Congress and the Uyghur Human Rights Project. That's right, we travelled all the way to Argentina with Omar and Dolkun, and we made the submission there. Even making that submission, we would say, was somewhat groundbreaking. How did we get to that stage where we're making submissions in domestic courts? In a short history, the international criminal law sphere was concentrated on these international tribunals. You would have heard of the Tribunal for former Yugoslavia, the Rwanda Tribunal, the Cambodian Khmer Rouge Tribunal. But now, recently, there's been a move away from these tribunals to look at the domestic law of states and how we can address atrocities in the domestic law of different countries around the world. And the work we do, and this might be a theme of what I say to you today, really builds on the work which has been done before us. The work we've done, the submissions we've made, we wouldn't have been able to make them without the work of the Uyghur Tribunal, which collected all this evidence. So when we were putting together our submissions in Argentina, I could go onto the website and I could find a really well done witness statement setting out exactly what happened to certain victims. Without that, as well as expert reports from the top experts in the world, without that, we wouldn't have been able to do the work that we're doing. It also builds on things such as the Essex Court Chamber's opinion, which was really one of the first legal steps which was taken. So we really say that it's like an upside down pyramid. All these little things build on each other. The work you do in your community is getting your political representatives across Europe, across the world, to recognise the Uyghur genocide and crimes against humanity is something that we actually use when we go to Argentina and say, look, in Belgium they recognise it, or look, this is what this UN committee is saying about it. So please don't think that efforts in your communities are worth it. They're not. They're very, very important for all the work we do. In regards to universal jurisdiction, this is the idea that some crimes are so horrific that they should be tried in any country around the world. And there are lots of examples of the new fashion of universal jurisdiction. There are cases across lots of European countries, Holland, Switzerland, Belgium. In Sweden, there was a case in relation to Hamid Nouri, who was a key figure in the execution of students in Iran in 1988. And that's a very interesting case, I think, from the history of international criminal law, because they had an Iran tribunal, very similar to the Uyghur tribunal, which collected all this evidence. And that was quite some time ago, the Iran tribunal. But when this perpetrator ended up in Sweden, they were able to prosecute him. So it just shows the importance of the things we're doing now for what will happen in the future. In Argentina, under the constitution, international crimes or crimes against the laws of nations, as they put it, can be prosecuted in any domestic court. There's a number of cases in Argentina using this provision at the moment. In relation to Venezuela, there's a Rohingya case that you would have read about and heard about. They're making submissions in that case for the issuance of arrest warrants, which will show, we hope, that Argentina is a realistic place to bring these kind of cases. The attraction of Argentina, as opposed to universal jurisdiction provisions in other states, is that it's a pure universal jurisdiction. You don't require any linkage to Argentina. You don't need to find an Argentinian Uyghur or a perpetrator from Argentina. We tried, we looked and saw if there was any Uyghur community in Argentina. We were unable to find any yet. I'm sure there are some. But that's why Argentina is quite attractive. It's a judicial process rather than a political process. Across most states, there's a political step. In the United Kingdom, for example, you need the permission of the Attorney General to bring a universal jurisdiction case. So it's not a pure legal process, it's actually a political process. And that's the same or similar across most countries in the world. The Argentinian provisions allow you to start a case when the defendant isn't in the country as well. What's the process? So we went over to Argentina in August 2022 and we made our submissions to the criminal court there. A public prosecutor was appointed and a judge at first instance. They looked at the case and they asked the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Argentina to check if there are any cases open for the Uyghur people around the world, criminal cases. Unfortunately, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs wrote back to them and said, well, we've seen a press report about some Uyghur groups in Turkey making a submission to the police in Turkey. And this is where I come back to the political rather than legal nature of universal jurisdiction in some countries. Because in Turkey, the Minister of Justice is the one who can bring these cases. Individuals can't actually start a universal jurisdiction case. Nevertheless, the prosecutor said, well, there's a case open in Turkey, we're not going to step on their toes, so we're not going to open an investigation. We've appealed that decision, and we're on our second round of appeals. I was hoping to get a decision to give to you, a positive decision to give to you for the 20th anniversary, which would have been fantastic. But we should have a decision in any event within the next couple of weeks, so please watch that space. I was able to get evidence from lawyers in Turkey to show that there isn't an open process in Turkey, and that's gone before the courts. So hopefully the court makes the right decision at this point. What will happen if next week you receive a a bulletin or you read in a newspaper that the investigation stage has been opened, is the court will investigate the offences, they will hear from our key witnesses who we've put forward, and they can consider more and more evidence about what's going on. Following this stage, they can make a decision in relation to arrest warrants and trials. The Rohingya case, as I said, is at that stage. They're a few years ahead of us in the process. And it's very interesting to watch how they're going with that case in Argentina. I'm not going to talk about the crimes that we asked the court in Argentina to look at. I can't see Zumrata anywhere, so oh, there she is. She's pointing at her watch. In any event, what I wanted to say, and I can wrap up pretty quickly, is we'd like to thank our emblematic victims. So we chose 3 female victims to be our emblematic victims. Of course, the crimes against the Uyghur people stretch to millions of people. Gulzira Awikun Pizi, Gulbaha Jalalova, and Kelbana Sadiq, who I know is here somewhere, have taken that really brave decision to be those emblematic victims with all the repercussions that Laura has spoken to you about. So we're very pleased to work with them, but there will be an opportunity, we think, to submit more evidence in Argentina, expert evidence. Of course, we don't have Dr. Adrian Zenz with us this weekend, but he's been very helpful in relation to the expert part of our case. So, before Zumrata runs up on stage and grabs this microphone, I'm coming back to that theme of the upside-down pyramid. You should be so proud to have Uyghur people from all around the world here. Keep working at your local levels to push your representatives, to push your councils, and don't think that it doesn't make a difference. Mia talked about small protest groups, and often you see these groups, and if you're a pessimist, you might think, well, what are they going to change? But one of the groups in the UK actually stopped one of our big retailers from stocking Xinjiang clothing. So you can really make a difference there. But for the work that I'm doing and trying to do, it's really based on the groundwork that all of you are doing. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much, Michael. I would like to ask the audience members, you 25 countries, you've come a long way, and maybe you came here with a question or an experience that you would like to share with us. Maybe somebody can bring you the mic. I'll take this one, wait.
Well, thank you for this great panel discussion. I'm Jack Kasim, I'm from the Netherlands. I have legal background. I have one question about state accountability. We all know that China is not a member of ICC, International Criminal Court, which made it difficult to hold them accountable for the Uyghur genocide. But there were news a couple of years ago, I think 3 years ago, that some of the countries who are the member of ICC were accused of helping Uyghurs or helping China to extract Uyghurs back to East Turkestan. This question is for Mr. Pollack. Can you reflect on the recent development on that accountability? And my second question is, what are the possibilities to hold the other states that are helping China by profiting from the Uyghur forced labor, to hold them accountable under the rule of International Criminal Court? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. In regards to the International Criminal Court, of course, they look at individual criminal responsibility. Submissions were made by other groups in relation to state parties sending people back to China. And they say that established the jurisdiction there based on a case in relation to Bangladesh. So in the Bangladesh case, the Rohingya people fled across into Bangladesh, which is a state party, and the court said that that would establish jurisdiction of the court to look at the Burmese perpetrators of those offences. In relation to that, I spoke at the Washington conference about 6 or 7 years ago, I think, and I did a presentation about ICC jurisdiction. And I wasn't looking at Thailand, I didn't know anything about that, but I spoke about Uyghurs who'd escaped into Afghanistan. through the past, because I found some literature talking about groups of Uyghurs who made that escape route. And Afghanistan, of course, is an ICC state party. So it was one way of establishing jurisdiction. A problem with the ICC at the moment is they've got a lot on the table, as you can imagine, with Georgia, Ukraine, Israel, Palestine. So it shouldn't be a consideration, but at the moment they're going for the strongest jurisdiction cases, if I might put it like that. I know our friends in Canada are doing some work in regards to state responsibility for refoulement of Uyghurs from those states who are parties to the Genocide Convention, because that's a breach. As you've heard the details about the Genocide Convention, you can't do things which put people in danger of genocide, and so there are so many states who send people back who are potentially in breach of those provisions. So there is some work being done on state responsibility by the groups, Uyghur groups in Canada, which is very interesting. Whether the ICC can be pushed into taking jurisdiction, it's a very difficult, it's a very crowded marketplace, if I can put it like that. We know the Uyghur, the situation against the Uyghur is a huge atrocity, but for the ICC, they're really concentrating on those states which have accepted criminal responsibility. And that's why thinking outside the box and doing things like the Argentina case is so important. And there are lots of different countries we can look at if Argentina doesn't work, but we hope it will change some things, and we hope you'll have news on that quite soon.
Thank you. Hamid would also like to comment, and Laura then.
Yes, you're right. On behalf of East Turkestan government in exile, a case had been filed with ICC regarding the Uyghurs that disappeared in Tajikistan. Some 95% of the Uyghur immigrants to Tajikistan disappeared. Most probably they have been returned to China. But as Michael said, the case is one of the 100 cases that has been left unattended, and although it was filed more than a year ago, it's still not received an answer from the prosecutor.
Yeah, thank you for that question, and thanks, Michael, for highlighting that we need to think outside the box, and I think actually the Uyghur advocates have done so excellently. I think we all would love to see the ICC taking this on and taking this on very strongly. It's great to see those efforts being made, and I know there's people that are really working on this on a daily basis, so that's great, but being cognizant of the difficulties, sometimes it's good also to look at other mechanisms. And one of the things, for example, is the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, right? Which was actually the first one, if I'm not wrong, in the summer of 2018 to come out and clearly talk about what was happening in East Turkestan. And that changed things. And so, for example, under that committee, there's mechanisms that states that have already said that, what is happening in East Turkestan is genocide, could cease to try and hold China to account for what is happening. So looking also at those alternative mechanisms can be very, I think, effective ways to advocate and to try to get states to take up the responsibilities that they have.
Thank you. Other questions? Maybe the gentleman in the back, and then...
Hürmetli qarindoshlar, mushu salonda o'tirgan hammamiz vatandagi 25 million Uyg'urning vakillari. 20 yilning oldida bu chet eldagi mushu ilm adamlarining, mushu doktor, bilimlik adamlar bizning da'voyimizga yordam qilishdi deb men shaxsan orzu qilgan, xayol qilgan. Mana bugungi kunda bu dunyodagi bilimlik chet ellik do'stlarimiz bizning da'voyimizga ega chiqib bizga hissdoshlik qilyapti. Buningga chin qalbimdan rahmat aytaman. Ikkinchidan, Uyg'ur xalqida bir tamsil bor. Bir qach sho'rpini issak 40 yildan keyin og'zimizni ko'ydiradi degan tamsil bor. Bu demak bir qitim adamgarchilik qilsak 40 yilgacha unutmaymiz degan gapda bu. Shuning uchun hozir shu Xitoy kommunistlarini g'arb ellari o'zi samirtib hozirga holatga akilib shu bizniki tatgan zulmimiz orqali bizniki da'voyimizni dunyoga Xitoyning hilmi kirishini biz tanıştırışqa Uyghur xalqı sebep oldu. Hazır endi bu g'arb ellari bu Xitoy kommunistlarni biz bizningki jinoyatini jazolaydigan vaqti yetib keldi deb qarayman. Shuning uchun bu savolim shu.
I think this is more than a statement. All of us, the Uyghurs sitting here, is a representative of the 25 million Uyghurs back in the East Turkestan. And when I moved abroad 20 years ago, I was thinking that can we attract more intellectuals abroad in Uyghurs or in the Westerners could help us in raising awareness against the Uyghur issue. But currently I'm so happy that so many people are intellectuals helping us, so I'm really thankful to you. And there is an old saying in Uyghur people, it's you drink the soap now and then you get your lips get heat 40 years later. It means it is the West that how can I say, made that China so strong economically, and so I do believe that it should be the West or to resolve this problem, and we Uyghurs, of course, did a lot of work to let the whole world know that China is a real threat to the whole world, but it is already been late to hold China accountable, and we are still talking about this. Yeah, this is the question.
Please, first you and then Marilyn and background.
Thank you. Okay. December 7th, 2023, in Canada with the Human Rights Action Group, we submitted to the Global Affairs of Canada and requesting them that Canada should register a diplomatic communication against the government of Egypt and Kyrgyzstan for the breaches of Genocide Convention and the Convention Against Torture. And we identified Egypt and Kyrgyzstan as impregnant states, and because they have a proven and a documented history of repatriating Uyghurs back, and they had disappeared. And both of them member of the ICJ, and they did not put any reservation for the jurisdiction of ICJ. And the reason to ask the Canadian government to put a register a diplomatic communications, open a door, and also see how far the government of Canada can go. And if they do not act on the diplomatic registration, and it is not a wise idea to expect them to go further. And so it is called ICJ memo. And at least we sent that ICJ memo to one country. It is in Canada. A little while ago we talked about just go outside the box. And ICJ is one of the option. And so mine is just to appeal for help. That memo has two versions. One is just specifically for Canada, another for all other countries. And so I would like to request your help and on behalf of your organization, and I can provide that sample of ICJ memo, and it is well documented, and just we should initiate this one and ask our own governments to register a diplomatic note on Kyrgyzstan and Egypt, and then we should trigger some discussion at the UN General Assembly and to seek a legal opinion from ICJ on the Uyghur genocide. And in that case, China cannot veto it. This is one option that we should pursue, and just I seek your assistance and each organization. I will share that the legal paper, And if you can send that legal paper to your government with your organization's name and a signature, that's fine, you can use it. And it is ready. Just, this is one thing that we can all do together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marilena, there's a, yeah, lady in the background.
Hi, thank you so much for your individual level of advocacy. I'm very much interested in like practical advocacy. So I was wondering, how could we bridge this kind of dialogue when it comes to talking to our like relatives about what's happening to the Uyghurs? So for example, in my, I love my family, don't get me wrong, but I do have somebody who orders everything, you know, on Amazon. I do have somebody who loves shopping at Zara, and if I always say, no, no, no, please don't do it because of the Uyghurs, you know, we tend to kind of not really offer alternatives. So based on your high level of advocacy and experience, could you make some recommendations? I'd appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Would anyone like to comment on that?
I'll have a go. And I speak both as a mother, so we've had that conversation at home, and I genuinely think it starts with knowledge and basic information. But the thing that actually hits home more than anything, and whether you do it at home with your family or you do it with your community or as an advocacy, is the personal story. So it's literally measuring up a Zara produced or a Uniqlo produced blouse with a story of an Uyghur woman or an Uyghur child or an Uyghur man and their personal story and what they went through. And I think that goes a long, long way. I think we underestimate our independent sense of maybe shame and embarrassment and how far that goes. And again, I see it in the Jewish community. We do these in the UK. Every 2 months we do a call to action. And we choose usually an apparel company. It was Shine, it was Levi's, now it's Volkswagen, it was Adidas. And it's really going to straight to the personal. Do you condone buying a pair of shoes or a blouse by a company that's complicit in harming the Uyghur in Uyghur region in East Turkestan? But it's the same company that, you know, literally speaking or metaphorically speaking, was guilty of the same atrocities against someone that you're familiar with. So we call it the Jewish guilt. I just go straight for, are you able, when you step into a shop, to live with yourself? And it goes a long way. Maybe not a very intellectual answer, but a very human, simple answer.
Unfortunately, there are more questions, but I need to be impolite and wrap this up because we have other panels, speakers who want to contribute to today's meeting. I would like to thank our panelists a lot for sharing their perspectives. On behalf of Society for Threatened Peoples, my colleague Stefan Siebenrock is also here in the room, and our whole team in our offices in Germany. We would like to thank the World Uyghur Congress for the long-time collaboration. We want to thank you for being an ally of Uyghurs, of course, but also of Mongols, Tibetans, Hong Kongers, those Han Chinese who try to resist oppression. And we want to thank you for fighting for universal values that are under threat right now, of course, from dictatorships like China, but also from some companies that like to do business in the face of human rights abuses, and also some politicians or former politicians, even here in Germany, who are de facto allies of the Communist Party of China. So, thank you very much. And do you have a very brief thought on that?
No, I actually have a small gift to give World Uyghur Congress, but it's for you to challenge me. So Reneka-san holds ECOSOC accreditation. So this is our gift to you, Dalkin and Elizabeth. You have to challenge us, and congratulations.
Very good news. Thank you very much to the panelists and to Mika, please.
I think the happiest person in the room is going to be Hanno, because I always harass him about ECOSOC status and UN registrations for the Human Rights Council. So thank you, Mia. That's a wonderful gift for us. Now I would like to invite our next panel, Adıljanka, if you could come here, please. Now we will have a presentation again, just like this morning, but in a different, with a different speaker, a very good friend, which is Lobsang Sangay, who is the former president of the Tibetan government in exile, who is here today among us. And I would like to invite our president, Mr. Dolphin Isa, on stage to introduce this, and also our moderator, Dr. Erkin Siddiq, on stage as well.
Yes, here.
Başlaştım bir eskertip koyulgan narsa, hürmetli kayındaşlar, biz sual sorgan çağda kısıkçılam sorsak, bayanat, abaykıdaki bayanat, ben dedim, bayanat ilan kımaylı, onu ayrım kafe, işkeş, deyişvalığından gepler buldu. Kısıkçılam sualımız bolsa, sualını soraylı, bolmasa kiyin paranlasak buldu. Just a reminder to ask very brief questions because we're running late, and not make statements. Just very brief. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for your passionate. Now I would like to introduce my dear friend, Lobsang Sangay. He was the former president or prime minister, Tibet government in exile, and he is now teaching Howard Law School, and he was the prime minister from 2011 to 2021, 10 years. Now he's back again to the Howard Law School, and he also, during the 10 years as a prime minister of the Tibet government exile, he did amazing job. We cannot count all, but we can say at least 2021, as if I'm not wrong, and the Tibet Act, and because of his effort, Tibet Act and adopted by the US Congress. Assalamu alaikum, aziz yurttaşlar. Biz hazır seni teklif kılan kişimiz, dostumuz Lobsang Sangay. Bu Tibet sürgün hükümetininki 2011 yıldan 2021 yılgacha 2 karar 10 yıl baş ministerligini kıldı epade. Yüze Amerika'daki Howard Üniversitesi'ndeki kanun fakültesinde okuttukça o yakın Tibet'in baş ministeri oldu ve vazifesi sürgenlikte yani şöyle kayıtıp gitti. Bu 10 yıllık baş ministerlik vaktinde Tibet için nait köp işlerini kıldı. Mühimleri Tibet hakkındaki bir kanunun Amerikan Kongresi'nin çıkış için mühim rol oynadı. Amerika hükümetinin Tibet sürgün hükümetini Tibet halkına vekillik kılı salayeti var diyen karar 2020 müşavirindeki gayretlerin neticesinde çıktı. Yakın dostumuz. Hem de bugün Lobsang Sangay'ın bizge değdiğine nait mühim. Hepimiz kızıp atkan bir mesele. Yani bizde yamancık sürküt hükümetli var. Her ayda birisi kurulması mı? Yılda 3-4 kurulvatı da azar. Sürgün hükümet bizge lazım mı? Lazım. Ama her haftada birisi kurulup bunda hükümet lazım emez. Bunun bir müddet 2 tane 9 mu 10 mu her aldık gelen 4-5 yerden bir sürgün hükümet kurup bunu pahallaştırıp etti. Şunun da biz bir yerde zaten sürgün hükümetinin kanuni asasları kandağı bulundu. Çünkü Tibet sürgün hükümeti bugün dünyada kabul kılıngan ve özünün sisteminin idareleri bilen hakiki bir sürgün hükümetlik salahiyetini eptirvatkan bir hükümet. Şunun biz bir yerden çünkü ben nurgulluğa yerlerine barımam. Hiç kaçan özümüzün adamlarını, özümüzün teşkilatlarını hakka yamanlap belgili olmaydı. Ya yaman gibi ama kıyım bir mesele. Sonradan ki o sılın kaç tane hükümeti var? Mazak kılıdığan çetellikler bazı yer bassak bize zanlı kılıdığan. Mazak kılıdığan bir haldı mı bop kalımız bende. Sonra o 9 tane baş ministerler varken bu. O 10 tane prezidentli varken bu. Deydiğen suallar, bazıları çak yiyip durup deydi, bazıları resim bilmeyi durup deydi. Bu malaki cevap veremeydi. Onun da haberim yoktu. Ben aldır sen üzerine bilvağın deyip cevap verdik. Şununla hemimiz otoğalla Uyghur davasının kelişi için başkattırıp atkallar. Kandaklık Uyghur davasını bugünkü halkara seviyede tuttuvatkan davaga bunu ilgilitiş için hes koşuş mecburiyetimiz var. Onu ilgilitiş için hes koşamızsak hiç olmazsa buluvatkan davanın kursunu düşünmeye cim duruş mecburiyetimiz var. Şimdi biz bütün yığınlarımızda, bütün hareketlerimizde Uyghur halkı, bana abiyetim Michael Fundraising Şarkı Türkistan'ın vetenimizden müstemlik toprak ekenliğini kanuni tarihi asaslarla ispatlap çıktı. Dünya Qurultayı bunu 2020 başladı. 3 yıl yakı devam kıldı. Tügeç baskıçıda bugün kısıkçılar takdim kıldı. Hem biz tarih asaslarla, kanuni asaslarla ve muş yığınlarda oturup kopuşlarımızdan abiyet yak sözlüğerlerin hemimiz dağıtısılar. 10 yıl aldı, 20 yıl aldı Dünya Qurultayı Kayseri'de bugün Kayseri'ye yaptı. Diye muşların hemisi çünkü muşlar bugün tönegini yak oturgan bir yerde Amerika'nın konsolxanasının adamları vardı. Ular yapkımı deyip Çek'nin tönegin muavin taşkışlar ministri geldi. Kilip ular bizni körüp yığınlarımızda anlayıp yapılarımız desek biz yapılmaydı. Köylük geldi. Ular demiş köylük ma millet şu sapa bağımı şu süpet bağımı yok mu? Bu millet devlet kuralımdı kuramamdı. Şunun için köylük geldi. Notlarını Tayvan'dan nemeleri geldi. Nurgulluğun devletlerinin nemeleri var. Kilip notlarını elip gitip vardı. Bizden şunun için yığınlardık oturup kopuşumuz, menişimiz, sözlerimizden hemisi bizim gelecekti çünkü devletine bizim orada atom bombamız yok, kurallarımız yok. Bu şurada devletlerinin yardımcısız biz devlet kuramayız. Eğer bizim yardım kılış için bizden şunçilik sağlığa süper seviye boz yardım kıldı. Bu olmasa biz yardım kılmaydı. Şunga hepimiz gitti. Bu mühim bir tema. Şunga biz dünyanın her kaysi yerlerden kelgen faaliyetçilerimizge, dostlarımıza zaten Tibet sürgün hükümetinin geçmişlerden kandağı kuruldu deydiğen bu nesini sözler görüş için dostumuz Lobsan'ı bir yere teklif kıldı. Doktor Erkinslik efendimle Tony İslam'la Uygurların bir pehrimlik alımlardan birisi NASA'da işleydi. Lobsan yüzümki leksiyasını sözleyenliğin için anandikin vakti karab sual cevap bilen devam ediniz. Okay, thank you very much. Tercüme kılattım size? Yok. Komşuya kıldı. Bana anlarlar tercüman var.
Selamun aleyküm.
Aleykümselam.
I told my brother Dolkut to praise me as much as you can in Uyghur language, so that after sumptuous dinner, right? We all a little lazy and bored, but you might not remember my presentation, but you will remember he was praising me. But I must say, mashallah, yesterday food, Uyghur food was so good, huh? Yes or no? Yes. And today I went, and Omar was in front of me. I said, where is Uyghur lunch today? He said, oh, as per the hotel, we have to serve hotel food. That made me miss yesterday's Uyghur food more. Yes. Yes or no? Yes. See, everybody thinking about yesterday's food, yeah? And yesterday also the children, when they dance, was it beautiful? I think we should thank all the teachers and the volunteers who taught them well. Please give them a big applause. Because from Munich to Beijing, these children sent a message to Beijing, to Xi Jinping, saying, you might put 3 million Uyghurs in concentration camp, you might put 1 million Tibetan children in boarding school, but we, the children who were born in Germany but never seen East Turkestan will never forget our country. Also, these children sent a message to the Bazaar of Khasgar, to the Mosque of Urumqi. You all are suffering. We are born in Germany, but we dress like Uyghur, we sing like Uyghur, we dance like Uyghur because we are Uyghur. Chinese Communist Party might try to destroy civilization, our culture, our identity, but we, the younger generation, will never forget. We will stand on our feet as Uyghur, with Uyghur identity, with pride, because the elder generation has given that pride and inspiration to carry on the freedom struggle. Yes or no? Yes. And celebrating this 20th anniversary, it's a remarkable achievement. From Munich, Dolkun and your team has sent a message to Beijing again, right? No matter how much you repress, suppress, kick us, beat us, torture us, but we will keep growing stronger and stronger every year, and we will last for 20 more years. Yes. And also, I think we sent a message to Washington, D.C., to Brussels, to Tokyo, right? We are not just victims, but we are fighters. Freedom fighters will keep fighting, and you must join us, because victory will be ours. Yes. Chairman came late, but he got it, he's clapping. But then we must also send a message, especially to Paris, because someone is coming tomorrow, right? France, they take pride in the independence movement. Life, liberty, and brotherhood. They talk about it all the time. They teach us. What about our life and liberty? France should stand with us. Don't host that person who betray life and liberty of Tibetans, Uyghurs, Hong Kongers, Mongolians, maybe Taiwanese too. So that's the message we are sending to Paris as well. Yes? Yes. Yes. Now, I have two hats, okay? Because Dolkut introduced me as a former president of Tibetan government exile, so I was wearing my politician hat and trying to be emotional. Now I have to be a lecturer and give a lecture. Right? So first I want to congratulate World Uyghur Congress for celebrating 20th anniversary. To start anything is not easy. It's a matter of 4S. Start, survive, very difficult. Strengthen, more difficult. Sustain is much more difficult. Now what would or what should World Uyghur Congress do? You have started. You have survived. For 20 years you have strengthened. Now, to sustain, my recommendation here is to transform World Uyghur Congress as Uyghur government in exile. Again, it's nothing new. We saw the footage of history of East Turkestan. You had government, you had prime ministers, you had ministers, yes or no? Yes. Yes. So you had one when East Turkestan was independent. Why can't you have in exile? You must. Too much. Not too much. Tibetans, we have government in exile. For 60 years, now for 65 years, we are your kind of, in this movement, we are your elder brother. We can give you, a lot of my Uyghur friends are saying, oh, we should learn from Uyghurs, we should give us advice. Our best advice is, if you have government exile, what you do is first, you tell Beijing, directly challenge the legitimacy and illegal occupation of East Turkestan. is you are not the government of Uyghur people. Historically, there was one, and in exile, we have one. In East Turkestan, all the leaders, party secretary is always Han Chinese, chief judge is always Han Chinese, police is also, Tungdambu is all Han Chinese. But whole Uyghur Congress is all Uyghur. And what Beijing fears most, if you have 10 organizations, if you have 100,000 Uyghur successful people, they don't fear. If there is a united democratic front, a government, they fear that most because you are directly challenging them. 100 organizations cannot challenge Beijing's rule. You can question them, but by bringing your sheer presence, you can challenge them. That is what His Holiness-led Tibetan government exile is doing. Why Chinese government issued 13 white papers on Tibet in the last 65 years? 13 on Uyghur issue, maybe 1 or 2 or 3?
5, 6.
Yeah? Increasing now. Why we have 13? Because there is a government exile. Why on Hong Kong 1 or 2 white papers? Because we have government exile. That's my advice. Now, to be a government exile is not that difficult. I'm not talking of radical changes. You just have to restructure a few things and rename a few things, okay? It's very simple, yeah? And because I'm writing a book on how to set up and run democratic government exile. I spent 15 years at Harvard, academic research on comparative government exile. And 10 years running government exile in Dharamsala. So I have 25 years of experience. So I'm being consulted. Now I'm also trying to meet. I've met Venezuelans and Belarusians and Afghans and Hong Kongers and Mongolians, and they all are waiting for my book. But today you're getting the first chapter. This is a special treatment to my Uyghur brothers. Okay? I think I'm getting too much into Lobsang Sengye, the politician, so I'll wear my academic hat now. Okay? The controller is here. So, inspiration from our elder leaders. Look, His Holiness Dalai Lama and Abdikan and Mehmet Emin Bukra, they met in 1960. These people had vision, had the courage to fight. When we had nothing, His Holiness Dalai Lama always said, when we came to exile as refugees, we had no friends on this sky and this earth. No friends. But they had the spirit, they had the belief that if they start something, the second generation, third generation will continue the movement, carry forward, and one day we will meet in Munich and celebrate a successful 20th anniversary of World Uyghur Congress. So salute to our elders. Now, United Democratic Front is a bigger threat to autocratic system because you can directly challenge the illegal rule. And democratic exile is more attractive than autocratic regime because even in East Turkestan, Uyghur people will say, hey Beijing, your system is repressive. Our alternative in Munich is very good. Because they can point and say, that's the alternative we want. That's what the world wants. That's what we want. And then, to be government exile, as I said, you need to restructure it. You already have executive committee. You just have to transform that executive committee into a parliament. You just call that parliament. And Dolkud is president, you have 6 vice presidents. You just call them cabinet. Very simple. Oh, what is this president and vice president? That's our cabinet. Oh, what is the executive committee? That's our parliament. We meet every month, and in person we meet every 6 months, like parliament. And all the news media will say, oh yes, World Uyghur Congress is government exile because they have a parliament, they have a cabinet, they have election. Boom, very simple, huh? You know the trick? You know the trick, Tibetans. If you get our name card of our Sikyong or Member of Parliament, we don't call ourselves Tibetan Government Exile. We call ourselves Central Tibetan Administration. Yeah? But all our friends call us Government Exile. Media call us Government Exile. They call me President, Prime Minister. I say yes. But my name card doesn't say Prime Minister. My name card just says Sikyong. So there are ways to do it. It's not difficult, it's very simple. And then you need audit office also to strengthen. Because, as I said, to start is easy in some sense. To survive is difficult, strengthen is much more difficult, sustain is much more difficult. One of the reasons, I'll show you, one of the reasons why many government exiles have come and gone, one reason they fail is because of corruption or misuse of funds. Because of lack of separation of power, check and balance. That's what they fail. That's why if you have a parliament, you have check and balance. If you have a strong audit office, you audit. It will help you to become stronger. It will help World Uyghur Congress to not just continue for another 20 years, if need be 40 years, maybe in 2 years we'll go back to Urumqi. Yeah? That's the government exile. And then, you say there is election. Beijing, they don't have election. World Uyghur president is elected. Xi Jinping is not elected. Democratic mandate challenges CCP. So that's why you must have democratic government in exile. Now don't worry, Tibetan government exile was not the first one. World Uyghur Congress will not be the second one. Many government exiles have been there. These are the successful cases. Spanish Republic in exile, Polish government exile. Baltics, they didn't have government, they have embassies in exile. But they lasted for decades. They succeeded in pressuring, in bringing democracy in Baltic states. Don't worry, if you cannot be a government exile, you can be a democratic party in exile. Look, ANC in South Africa, they succeeded. Namibia, SAPO succeeded. In Angola, UNITA succeeded. Venezuela also, they brought democracy actually. Armenia also, they succeeded. But later, some of these political parties became something different. That's different, okay? But they did. So even democratic political parties have succeeded and have gone back. And many exile leaders have gone back as a democratic leader. Look, King Simon of Bulgaria, Hamid Karzai of Afghanistan. Remember after Taliban fell, Hamid Karzai became the first president of Afghanistan. He was in exile. Prince Alexander of Yugoslavia. And then he went and ran for election. He won the election. He formed a government. Thabo Mbeki of South Africa. He became the second president after Nelson Mandela. He was in exile. Ramos Horta of East Timor. I have met him. Years ago, as a Ramos Horta, you've been, fighting for your cause for so long. What is your advice? He said, keep fighting, keep at it. And he said, one day I got invited from somewhere from Midwest America. And one young guy came with a ponytail to pick him up at the airport. And he changed 3 planes to get there, first of all. And he drove him to a cafeteria, Ramos Horta, At the cafeteria, there were like 6 people. But he spent 2 hours and 1 day and flew back. He said, doesn't matter, Lobsang. Whether there's 6 people or 60 people or 600 people or 6,000 people, keep fighting, keep marching. You will succeed. And Ramos Horta succeeded. Now he's the elected president of East Timor. In our lifetime it happened. So don't think that it will not happen to us. It will happen sooner than later, okay? Now, as I'm writing a book, I have contributors, they all are writing. Exile, you have democratic political party in exile, or diplomacy and media in exile, like the Baltic states. Or you can have self-managed schools, hospitals. To have democracy in exile is challenging because being an exile movement and democracy. So Tibetan government exile, we have succeeded in combining the two. So that's why in Tibetan government exile also we always say, oh, we need unity, don't criticize us, you know. But you say, why? Single voice, freedom of speech, right? A single leader, opposition parties. So there is fundamental contradiction in philosophy of bringing freedom movement and democracy in exile. So often, you know, Dolkun and they all are criticized all the time, right? Omar, right? All the time, right? As a leader, every day, yeah, even today, yeah, I know that, yeah. I was at the receiving end for 10 years. But I always say this because this is a reality of the bringing freedom movement and democracy in exile. The fault lines, the cracks, criticism happen because we say unity. You say diversity. You say one voice. You say freedom of speech. That's the contradiction. So I know Dolkun, Omar, sometimes they're worried. Often they're not that worried. We should not worry because that's the nature of thing, being an exile leader. So we must understand that. And who will be your host country is very important if you want to form a government exile. For us, India has been great. But if you have a host country which is too small, it might pressure you to leave. Right? Polish government left. Spanish government also left. They have to leave to Mexico. So choosing a host country is very important. And then infiltration, assassination, co-optation, divide and rule is part and parcel of reality. Right? We all are being targeted. They co-opt people, they bribe you, they pay you to criticize you, you know. Because the divide and rule is Beijing's strategy. So they use everything possible. I mean, in exile cases, many exile leaders were killed. That's a fact. So you must accept in exile, when someone says, I want to be a leader, you must appreciate the fact that that leader has agreed to face potential assassination, harassment, intimidation. Yes?
Yes.
Omar is saying yes, the loudest time. Now, but they ain't fighting. I've all these Hong Kongers, I have met Venezuelans and Belarusians. Oh no, we can't form government exile. We fight all the time. Don't worry, that's human nature. We all fight, right? When we marry, we say, oh, till death, happiness and sadness. After 1 year, it's all gone. Even if you love someone, even if you marry to love that person, after 1 year, you fight. Yes or no? Yes. That's human nature. So it's not a big deal, okay? But we must understand it's also a result of collective trauma, because they occupied our country. Right? They divided our families. They put our family members in prison. They tortured them. And people in exile, some are more emotional. Some suppress their trauma. Some heal their trauma. Some cannot. And they express the emotion more strongly. And they are very nasty. As a leader, you must understand, oh, that's the trauma speaking. Beijing's fault, not his fault or her fault. We must understand this. There's a huge study being done on collective trauma, okay? Now, again, they will say, oh, it's so difficult to have election cross-continent and cross-countries. It can be done. We'll show you how it's done. And then we have lack of legal enforcement. We don't have police station, we don't have army, we don't have tax mechanism, how to enforce things. But in 20 years, World Uyghur Congress initially started with 11 countries and 26 people. Last time, 206 people. This time, 350 people from 25 countries. There is no enforcement. There is no police. There is no military. But you keep coming, you keep coming. Why? It's your freedom. It's your nation. It's your identity. So that's the beauty of being an exile government. No police, they follow you. Yes? No army, they obey you. That's the beauty. That's the strength of democratic freedom fighters. That's the weakness of totalitarian leaders. They have military, still they don't like you. They have police, they still criticize you. They're not scared. Why? Democracy is beautiful, it's unifying. And role of international communities, very important. They help you, you get recognition. So, $1,000 from NED, right? They help you, you gain life. They don't help you, and then you are stuck. But recognition and legitimacy is very important. So my recommendation to World Uyghur Congress is that you have passed many laws, but you forgot to put World Uyghur Congress in those laws. We passed one law, Tibetan Policy and Support Act in 2020. There was one in 2002, and after 20 years we passed another law in 2020, Tibetan Policy and Support Act. I put Central Tibetan Administration reflects and represents Tibetan diaspora. Sichong is the president of Central Tibetan Administration. I put, it's a law in America. American law, American Policy Act acknowledges, legally acknowledges Tibetan government exile and my position. For 10 years, I could not enter the State Department or White House because I was not recognized. They say you're a Prime Minister of exile. Now, law acknowledges Tibetan government exile. Now my successor can go to State Department easily because it's a law. So sooner World Uyghur Congress put yourself in those laws. You need legal legitimacy. Presidents come and go. Law is permanent. Funding, very difficult. If you don't have internal funding, you don't get external funding. So I know you all have started to collect money, some fees. We do, we have something called Green Book. It's a oxymoron. It's like, what do you call it, like, voluntary freedom tax. It's a tax, but you have to pay voluntarily. You don't pay tax, you don't get to vote. So Tibetans are the only one who you have to pay to vote. Normally, in other democratic countries, politicians pay you so that you vote for me. We say, no, you pay, then only you vote. You must raise internal funding, and the misuse of funding, as I said. Corruption is one of the main reasons why many government exiles fail. So if you want to sustain for a longer period of time, auditor general office is very important. And divergence from people in homeland is often the case. World Uyghur Congress is something people in East Turkestan say, no, this is what we want. You don't speak our language. You don't understand our pain. We are suffering. You're not. It's also a fact. It always happens. Okay, don't think it's only you. And potential resentment post-exile. Oh, he wants to, Dolkun Isa is Prime Minister in exile. He wants to be a Prime Minister of East Turkestan, right? But what does he know? He was, he moved to Munich in 1996. And then he started Uyghur Youth Congress. And in 2004, he combined. What does he know about Communist Party of China? We suffer, we know, right? That is also a reality. But that also can be solved, don't worry. Okay? So, now I'll come to Tibetan government exile. I'll be very quick. So, among all the exile communities, Tibetan government exile is the most successful, efficient, running, functioning government exile. So this is how it's structured. His Holiness Dalai Lama is the head of the state. Now he has devolved his political authority. English is cabinet, but in our business card is Kashak. And then here, Kashak has our own cabinet, secretariat, there's a planning council, election commission, public service commission, audit commission are independent. And then the parliament exile. Very powerful. So these are my cabinet members, and why I show you this photograph is because he was the cabinet secretary. So if you say cabinet, you need a cabinet secretary. So this is our parliament. This is the Tibetan architecture. During my time, I renovated and rebuilt the whole thing. So if you go to Dharamsala, you get to see this. We have 8 acres of land with all the buildings, staff quarter. We have 1,500 staff members, running schools, hospitals, refugee camps, cultural institutions, everything. This is a parliament. And our parliament, those who are from UK, you take pride in this 0-hour question and answer, right? That's nothing. In UK, they showed BBC, 1 hour, Prime Minister answering the question from the head of the opposition, yes? Yeah. But all the questions were submitted beforehand. In our parliament, I had to answer 256 questions for 3 days. They ask you a question, you have to answer immediately. It's very accountable, very transparent. So why Tibetan government exile has more higher profile, why they take us seriously is the international observers. They will come to Dharamsala and say, you say you're government exile. We say, yes. How? Look at our parliament. It functions like any other parliament, better than other parliaments. It's true. And I can tell you the whole procedure. Very strict. Now, Dolkun, if you have a parliament, they are quite irritating, okay? Session twice a year, anywhere from 10 days to 2 weeks, every 6 months. Exactly, we are the receiving side. They criticize you all 10 days, most of the time. After 10 days, you get tired. You say, oh my God, I've been working so hard. But every time there's a parliament, they ask me questions, they criticize me as though I've done nothing. But at the end of the 10 days, I always feel the separation of power, check and balance is very good. It strengthens our movement. It helps us sustain our movement. Otherwise, someone gets, it gets into their head. It's getting into their head, right? Xi Jinping third term, fourth term, dictators, that's how they take over power. This is how you balance. Speaker, when you enter the parliament, you have to bow. You don't bow. Equal to executive. This procedure and protocol are very, very important. I can go on and on. So we have different governments have 20, 30 ministries, but we are very simple. It functions like any other government. And each ministry is divided this way. See, we call us a chairman and kalun, not minister. Minister, friends call a minister, you say, yes, I'm a minister. But on a business card, chairman and kalun. And look, this is and I'm showing the home ministry, right? Account section, internal audit, planning, development, housing, agriculture. We take care of people from childhood to the old age. We take care of them. This is academic section, education ministry. But this is the most important one. Our international relations, our foreign ministry. We have 13 semi-embassies. New Delhi, Kathmandu, Washington DC, Geneva, Tokyo, London, Brussels, Canberra, Paris. So we have staff members. So now if you want more embassies like this, you have to increase your donation, okay? And information department has Tibetan, and we have trilingual social media, newspaper, everything. And we have Tibet TV in 12 languages. Chinese, Japanese, French, German, Korean, Spanish, Italian, Russian as well. And we have Tibetan Museum in Dharamsala, physically, big. And again, these are the independent institutions. Auditor General is very, very important. Why I say this is when I got elected, so I was working at Harvard, right? I left my job, and my salary was only $357 a month. So I left my job at Harvard, America. I went to Dharamsala to work for $357. Now, whenever I take a flight, let's say to New York, normally what do you worry? First thing, when you board the plane, you make sure your passport, right, and your wallet is in place. No, first thing I have to worry is my boarding card. Because if I don't have boarding card, Auditor General will say no reimbursement. My salary is $356 a month. If I don't get airfare for New York, that's like $1,500. I lose my 5 months salary. So first thing I say, where's my boarding card? Where's my boarding card? I put it, and then when I go back, and sometimes I flew to New York, right? They say yes. I came back. If I don't have boarding card, I can't walk from New York to Dharamsala. I must have flown. Yeah, but you need your boarding card. If I don't have boarding card, what do they do? There's no police. I don't go to jail, but they write a note. And in the parliament, they will read. Sejong Lobsan saying, yeah, he claimed there was no boarding card. We don't know what the hell happened. It's so embarrassing. So there's no enforcement, but there's embarrassment. And then I had to give them the best office, Auditor General. Still, it didn't help. They're always like, noting. This is the office. So we have elections for everything. Sejong, my position is elected. Ministers are elected by Parliament. Judiciary elected by Parliament. Auditor General confirmed by Parliament. Election Commission. We are very fond of election. Local assembly, everything is election. So that's why even international observers come to Dharamsala, they say this is a democratic government exile because they have elections at every level. That adds to your legitimacy. Because when you are freedom movement exile, what you need is credibility and legitimacy. What we have is democratic legitimacy. See, election, we take it very seriously. Praying before vote. More prayers, right? Look at that, they are, young mothers. There's a debate. So you must also have debate, like proper. You say, why are you having debate? Yeah, presidential election in America have debate. We, Tibetan government exile, also have debate of candidates. We do everything that functioning government does. Look, election in very cold place. Look at that, there is winter, very cold. They carry ballot boxes on the back of horse. This is Ladakh, near Ali. Yeah. Can you imagine they're carrying ballot boxes at minus 30 degrees? So our election staff members, they all do volunteers, okay? No one pays them. They still do that. Now you can say, my God, there's like 20 kilometers of road. Something could have happened to ballot boxes, right? But if volunteers are risking their life carrying these ballot boxes at minus 30 degrees, you trust them. Look, frozen lake. They're risking their life to collect few votes from the tents, from the nomadic area, right at the border of Tibet. We are sending message to Tibet also. Hey, look at this, across the river, across the mountain. We vote, we elect, we have democracy. Back there you don't. This debate in 2016, my second term. So I served 2 terms, but because 2-term limit, okay, that's why I left. And then how do we do cross-continental, right? Again, as I said, you have to have green book to pay. You don't pay, you don't vote. So age 18 to vote, 25 to be member of parliament, 35 to be ministers. We all have all the sets, rules and regulations like any other election anywhere in the world. Sometimes we had a debate in Dharamsala, next day in Delhi, 3 days later in Zurich, 5 days later in Washington, D.C. So in 9 days, I cover Asia to Europe to America. Very tiring. So, President of America's job is easy, Dolkun, right? We have to go to 30 different countries. Our job is the toughest job. And if it's democratic, tougher than anyone else. That adds to our credibility and legitimacy. Yeah, this is the Green Book. You don't have Green Book, you can't vote. So you better pay your membership. It's voluntary, but right? If soon in election, if you don't pay, no vote. That's World Uyghur Congress, right? Rule now? Yeah, they all agree, yeah. Now, as I said, it's very simple. You don't have to do much. Executive 6 presidents are there, vice presidents are there, they could be cabinet. You call them cabinet, yeah? An executive committee of 30 members, they could be parliament. You call them parliament, don't call them executive, this is a parliament. And all you need to do is you have to elect a speaker by the General Assembly or the delegate meeting. He says he's the speaker. And then you have executive meeting, right? Yes. Someone presides over the meeting, call him speaker or her speaker, right? So that you give you more time. That's why I pointed out. And then Auditor General also should be autonomous, should be elected by General Assembly auditors. So all President, Speaker, and Auditor General are directly elected by General Assembly. They all are accountable to the General Assembly. So they can say, I'm autonomous. So this is important. And 5 regional offices could be same embassies. So you already have the structure. You already have election. You already have everything. You just restructure it, rename something, and have 1 or 2 people. You are Uyghur government exile. That started in Urumqi. Is back in Munich. One day soon, you'll go back to Urumqi. Thank you.
Let me say a few words. The Tibetan government in exile has a rich and extensive experience in leading a people in exile and staying well prepared to go back to Tibetan homeland and run a governing entity when the CCP regime falls. So the Tibetan government in exile can offer a lot that the Uyghurs in diaspora can learn and should learn. And we Uyghurs are very lucky that we can hear, we have heard today directly from you, Dr. Sangai, and are very grateful for coming to this event and giving a highly valuable and a very informative presentation. I am really impressed.
Thank you.
And we will remember the 4 S's, you say. Start, survive, strengthen, and sustain. Those are your most valuable experience.
And the 5th S is success.
Before I accept questions from the audience, I want to ask a few questions myself first. I take advantage of my position. Do you know any example of a government formed in exile? Like in the case of Tibet, it was formed in Tibet, and it became an exile government of the Chinese CCP occupation. So is there any other government that formed abroad, not in the homeland?
Yes, the example that I gave you, the Polish government exile and the Spanish government exile, they were formed in exile. And Baltic states also, they formed in exile. Now presently also they have Belarus, exile government. And Venezuelan interim government, which just got changed. And you also have Syrian interim government. Syrian interim government is there, but the Venezuelan interim government changed. So if you got elected at home and you come to exile, then you could form interim government. But if you stay for a long period of time, the mandate ends, right, after 5 years or 10 years, then you need government exile.
I see, thank you. I bought a book in 1998. It is called Legal Materials on Tibet. Not from Amazon, but I contacted Tibetan government in exile actually, and we got the book. Can you tell us a little bit how this materials came about?
It's, for archival purposes, very important. What we used to do is all the legal related documents we had, we used to compile it every 10 years because someone will lose some document. So we compile every 10 years so that over 50 years we have compiled all the legal materials in one book. So similarly, we used to actually do all the media coverage of any small pieces from Germany or Italy. We all were sent to Dharamsala, and we used to photocopy and compile it so that we have archive. We archive everything. Now we are digitizing that archive. It's very important because memory, is short. So institutional memory is very important.
I see. So the people who contributed to that are all Tibetans, or you have outside?
No, we have Michael. We have other, friends as well. So, but then it's compilation, right? So we say any parliament has passed a resolution or a statement or anything, send it to Dharamsala. So that's why I showed you the Ministry of Information International Relations. We have a division which compiles everything.
Thank you. And you said that the location of the government exile is very important.
Very important.
Which country you suggest for Uyghur people?
Uyghur people, now you have to decide. You know that. For example, the president of Afghanistan, right? After Taliban took over, he fled. He's at UAE now. So occasionally he issues a statement, but from outside, it's pretty clear that he cannot function as the president exile. So yeah, he got asylum, he's safe, but as a government exile or president exile, he's not that effective. So you have to choose. Now, if that country is too small, your issue might become a local domestic issue, which is not bad, which is not good. Whoever is your host, you should disappear in that country. More you disappear, better it is. And if the country is big enough, then you can disappear. But also you need presence of your own people. So you can have performance, you can have government, you can have function, you can have events, right? So make sure that the government, there's geopolitics also. Tibetans for 65 years. In India, we have been mainly up. Our relationship has been positive, but sometimes it has been negative. After 1962 war, government exile was a bit of an issue. Yeah. Sometimes we were told, oh, you cannot fly a Tibetan flag, things like that, right? But we have always come back. So you must choose. Now, if you choose America, there's, oh, you're American agent, right? If you choose Europe, maybe. So you must choose in such a way that it's big enough, where there are Uyghurs as well, or you need population also, some population, and then you can function.
If you are forced to give a suggestion, which country you choose?
I think then I'll have to charge fees. I mean, now I'm here just, this is an hour-long session, right? But if you really want to go through this, we can have a one-day-long session and go through every aspect of government exile, Then when you brainstorm everything, then, we can figure out. So you have to do cost-benefit analysis, who is where, and I have to get information from you too, Why, I might think this country, but I don't have all the information now, right?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hürmetler, kaç vaktimiz var? Çıkış sualına çıkış sual.
Assalamu alaikum, hürmetli encümen iştirakçıları, hürmetli toplantılar canım. Bölgesinin kulağında kaldığımızda anlatma hakkı ben İstanbul'dan 1909 olanından şehirlerin çocuklarına başladım. Kısadan eğitimimizde anlatamı Kılamin sözüne görüşümle hiç kadar birinci siz nihayet çiver mahir narkotik var. Çünkü kılamin hakikaten hemşire Sizin hakkınızda çözülmenizi yemeksiniz. İkinci mertebe olur, sizin gelip umumumuzda yaklaşımız mümkündür. Bırak, bu sizinki Uyghur Qurultayının vekillerine, onun rehberlerine bana hürmetiniz ibaret oldu ki siz öz dakikatınızın bir punkt çırayla yazıp yapsınız. Bu nihayet bir özünüz boğan işenç ve hürmetiniz ve biz boğan hürmetinizden bilime bunu suçumuz çok rahmet. Gayet biz ünlü körümüz Uygurlardan Tibet'e dair müstakillik doğrusu namaçlarına yazını yaptırıp bildirdi. Çünkü ben sizin hürmetinizle siz arkalı tutup Tibet halkına sürgündü. Hem sizge çok gönlümden rahmet edin. Gayet satırdı bulaydı. En de sizge sorumlu iki savalım var. Birinci, Tibet hükümeti, sürgündü Tibet hükümeti.
Yeah, because of the translation, I did not fully understand your presentation, but it appears really organized and you put a lot of effort in it. I really appreciate your work and time put into this presentation. And there is going to be 2 questions now.
Tibet hükümetinin tenağın hemşehrimek var, devlet tenağın değil, Uygurlar İslam'daki hakikaten halada zamandan vakalet halanla bağımı, bozuldan netçi ve onlarda kanı yardım vardı. Bu bir. İkinciden, bana bizim İslam'ın baskı ketparımız, bizler birini görüp şükürler, birini görüp fikir kılıydı, bizler fikir kılıydı ama İslam'ın geçmekten yollanmadı. Şu saha boyunca Uyghur, bizim Qurultayı vekillerine kuruş gerek dersen, yok, kuruş gerek elbette, hükümet bu iş gerek. Şu sahada nimeleri alıp, ne bu iş gerek? Biz onların azırak cüret gerek, azırak katı kollamak gerek. Bu kadar yetip kendimiz iş gerekine. Kendimiz aslında mesleğimiz nimde ibaret olur. Şunu sormasın. Rahmet.
The translation is not continuous, so he couldn't hear some of the parts, and he asked questions on the subject that you already mentioned. So we can explain to him later. Okay. Sizdeki sualınızga mağbiyanki masujida batiye mezmunlar. Sizge ayım depreyli. Mağbiyan küsetken PowerPoint mende bağ. Eğer ki lazına olsa öğretersem. Ya yaxşı, ya bunu sözlü değil. Abek üçü sedap oğantı. Abek üniversitesi bağ mezmunu başka diyemez. O mağbanda sizi öğretmeye ya ücretin kesildi. Tamam?
Benim sualım şu. Birinci Tibet'ninki xalqarada qonun ve xalqara siyasi jihatdagi hozirgi statusi o'rni nima? Mushullam so'rashni istayman. Yana bir Tibet oxirida deb o'tay. Hozir ishg'ol qilingan bir zamin deb qaralandi, mustamlik qilingan bir zamin deb qaralandi. Xalqaro qonun va siyosat tarafidan e'tirof qilingan statusi nima?
My question is, what is the current status of Tibet in international law? Is it recognized as an occupied state or anything else?
Yes, Tibet, we say, is under illegal occupation of China. Tibet is a colony, colonized by China. That's what we say. And the International Commission of Jurists have come out with 3 reports. In 61 and 63, Tibet is under illegal occupation as per international law. And then US passed a law in 2002. They also say, they hint that. And then now we have a bill in Congress now, which the Senate Foreign Relations have passed. Now if the Senate passes, then it becomes a law. There also says Tibet, historically, as per international law, was a country. Thereby, Tibetans are entitled to have right to self-determination. So there's a law about to be passed at the U.S. Congress.
Tibet'ninki hazırki konkret ahvali, bizden özümüzdeki deyişimizden Tibet kanunsuz besilişe düşürülen bir devlet. Birleşken Devletler Teşkilatı'nın 61. ve 63. yılda ilan kılan resmi karar bilen Tibet'ni burun bir devletti. Hazır besiliş asıda değillik ve Amerika'nınki 2002. yıldaki bayanatıdan Tibet burun müstakil devletti. Hazır Tibet'ninki kilerçiğe takip bekitilmeyen yani. Bu takip nemeden sanatın ölsem resmi kanun buldu.
And also the UN General Assembly passed 3 resolutions in 1960s. One says Tibetans have right to self-determination. UN General Assembly has also passed one resolution.
Yani birisi Birleşken Devletler Teşkilatı'nınki bexatarlik kengişide 1960 yıllarda 3 nime çıkan, karar çıkan bulup Tibet'ninki özünün taqdirini, siyasi taqdirini öz belgileş hukukuga ega deb bununla uçuk deyilgan.
That brother, the one question that you didn't mention but he asked is how many governments of the foreign countries, how many foreign countries recognize Tibetan government in exile?
Now there is no, when you're in exile, you have to navigate a gray area. So if you go through our offices of Tibet, which is semi-embassies, internally we have certain protocol and recognition by certain foreign ministries. It depends from country to country. Now, U.S. has recently, Tibetan government exile is acknowledged in the Tibetan Policy Act, like my office also. Now, India has passed Tibetan Rehabilitation Policy Act by a Home Ministry or the Interior Ministry. In that also, they recognize Tibetans as refugees and the Indian government should look after them. So there is a law in India as well. So now we don't have a formal recognition, but semi-recognition. So India and US, but then our embassies, semi-embassies have certain protocols. For example, when you apply for visa for our staff members, we get through a quota. It's not just tourist visa. So it depends from country to country. That's what I'm saying, if you're a government exile. So when we write to, let's say the Foreign Ministry of UK, we use that code and say, under this category, please issue visa. So our staff members are sent with a working visa, and they work in our office in Tibet. So most of our staff members are sent from Dharamsala, but visas are granted by different governments. So it's different subcategories.
Endi hazır Tibet'teki sürgün hükümetini resmi kurulgan devletler, endi resmi şekilde yok. Ama bu naiti neyimiz? Biraz var bir niman, var bir hukum. Bunu gayri resmi kurulgan deyiş doğru gelse, Hindistan bilen Amerika bunu kurulgan. Ondan başka, yani mesela Hindistan'da Tibetlilerini resmi göçmen, refugee, misafirde kurulğanlık ve bularınki meselesine kılışlık ayrım kanun var. Yani birisi Tibet'ninki özünün pasportuna Anglia'yı verişiyor. Biz özümüzdeki diplomatik kodlar şu vize işler mesela resmi xat yazalayımız ve onun şu hükümetiminizninki nüvesinden kodlar ona biz veriyor. Bu andi bir resmiyet yani. Gerçi onu resmi bir devletler itiraf kılmagan olsun mu? Aslında özü bir itiraf kılış yani. Şuna bakın ki bu gayri resmi şekildeki itiraf kılış değişik oldu.
Yeah, both the laws, Indian law was passed in 2014 when I was in the administration, and the US was passed in 2020.
Yani Hindistan'daki bu kanun 2014 yılı maqullangan, Amerika'daki kanun bolsa 2020 yılı maqullangan. Bu kanunların ötüşünün özü Tibet'ninki sürgün hükümetninki neden oğlar tarafından gayri resmi şekilde itiraf kılınganlığınınki nemesi, nişan yani.
One final question.
Just one. Over there, yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Ray Wong. I'm from Hong Kong and based in Germany. Thank you, Lok-Song, for your very inspiring and informative presentations. Our Hong Kong diaspora is exactly having a very similar conversation as to whether we should form a global diaspora institution. And these presentations gives me a lot of inspirations. There are already a few initiatives. For example, some people propose to form a parliament in exile, some propose to form a government in exile. But we always stumble across the same issue, which you have also shown on your slide, which is the divergence from the people in our homeland. Because when we talk about forming global diaspora institutions, we try to represent our nations, we try to represent Hong Kong. But then the problem is whether we are representing the Hong Konger overseas or Hong Konger in Hong Kong. And we can imagine if we claim that we represent all the Hong Konger, then CCP will mobilize some people in Hong Kong and say they don't represent us. And it may undermine our legitimacy and our credibility. So I want to know how you deal with this issue and would like to hear from your experience. Thank you very much.
One vote.
Mən Hong Kongdan gəldim. Sizinki bugünkü bərgən presentation aiddə ilham oldu bizə. Çünki biz Hong Kongluqlarımız çətəldə bir çətəldəki hökumət, yoki parlament qurish doğrusundan açıq fikirlər var. Amma biz əgər bir Hong Kongluqların sürgün hökumət yoki parlament qurub, biz Hong Kongluqların çətəldəki Hong Kongluqlara vəkillik qılmazsak, o çağda bizim Hong Kong'da bir mücü Hong Kong kep qaldı, ularga vəkillik qılamay qılımız. Əgər biz o Hong Kong'dan vəkillik qılmazsak, biz özümüz çətəldə. Şuna olğan ki, bu məsələyə siz qandaq hal qilsizlar buniki, siz qandaq ne qıldınlar bu məsələdən sonra.
Yeah, one vote, democracy. So what we say is Beijing government is not democratic, so you represent Tibetans in Tibet. Tibetan governors, party secretary is always Han Chinese. Governor or any executive, deputy party secretaries, we always say they're appointed, not elected. Our Sikyong and ministers are elected, so we have democratic mandate. So that's how we challenge. We have democratic mandate because of democracy, and you don't. Number two, again, is very important. His Holiness Dalai Lama can say, I represent 6 million Tibetans in Tibet. But Tibetan government exile, more often we say, we reflect the aspirations of Tibetans in Tibet. Right? We can reflect. Right? So that's what we say. This is what they want. And we are their spokesperson. And when they bring some other people, they are appointed by Chinese government. They will say what they are told to do. We reflect and we are their spokesperson. And they're suffering. So that's how you challenge them. And it's always the case. Again, you must understand. Again, we have gone one step further. In 1993, His Holiness Dalai Lama said, the day Tibetans are granted autonomy in Tibet, Tibetan government exile will dissolve. Meaning we are not fighting for power to go back to Tibet and become government. I did not become Prime Minister or President to become President of Tibet. I left my job to reflect the aspirations of Tibetans in Tibet. So when Tibetans in Tibet or Hong Kongers or Uyghur can say, you can't represent us, you don't speak for us. I'm not. I'm just reflecting your aspirations. I'm your spokesperson. But then they might say, my views are different. Yes, but there are many other Uyghurs, many other Hong Kongers, many other Tibetans who share my views. I know that. And if they say, how? Let's have referendum in Tibet. And Chinese government cannot have referendum in Tibet. Let's have election in Tibet. Sometimes I jokingly say, if there is an election in Tibet, right? If I am a candidate, or any Chinese is candidate, I know I will win. Not because I'm Lobsang Sergey, but Tibetans in Tibet will choose a Tibetan, not Han Chinese. Hong Kongers in Hong Kong will choose a Hong Konger. Uyghur in East Turkestan will choose a Uyghur guy, not Han Chinese. Let's have election. Let's have referendum. We can challenge that. So with that,
We're ending?
Yeah,
Enforcer.
I'm doing the translation.
Okay.
And bunun cevabı hem de biz bunun cevabı işte hem de yaxşı cevap demokratiya. Çünkü Xitay bu yerdeki hükümeti, Xitay'ın hükümeti nima saylam natijasi borliq kelmagan, u faqatlanki tayinlangan. Shuna bo'lganki, tayinlangan birisi hargiz xalqningki siyosiy orzusiga vakillik qilmaydi. Shuna bo'lganki, o'zing vakillik qilmaysan, sen tayinlangan birisi. Biz olsak, hamma odamningki siyosiy orzusiga vakillik qilmasak, ularningki orzusiga, ya'ni ular aspiration, deymiz, ularningki ularning irodasini biz bu yerda o'tirib qo'ya olmaymiz. Ma'rigiz bu yerda bir bosh ministr bo'lish uchun, prezident bo'lish uchun saylanmadim. Agar bizni Tibetliklarningki orzusiga vakillik qilmaydi bo'lsa, unda bo'lsa biz Tibetda referendum qilaylik. Tibetliklar o'ziga bizni qaytib, o'ziningki hukumatni saylasin. Agar kim saylansa shuni e'tirof qilaylik deb Xitoyningki bu yerdagi Xitoy hukumatiningki bu yerdagi qonunsiz o'tirib chiqishdan iborat bu bir qonunsizligini biz nima qilamiz deydimda. O'tirib qo'yamiz, shunday bo'lgandan keyin har vaqt ularga referendumga kirmaydi albatta. Tibetliklarni o'zlari bugun saylanib o'tirda bir saylam tashkil etgandan keyin ularni qilayotgan ishi zaten qonunsiz demakchi.
So let me no time. No? So let me end by saying, because we all are in exile, we all are always fighting, we always wonder whether we will succeed or not. I can assure you, we all will succeed. Remember 5S. Yeah. Start, survive, strengthen, sustain, and succeed. Why? There's a spiritual reason, historical reason, and human reason. Historically, you say, oh, China is so powerful, Chinese empire is coming, Chinese world order is coming. Don't worry. In 20th century, in 100 years, 7 empires collapsed. Ottoman Empire, British Empire, Russian Empire, all collapsed in 100 years. Yes, all the dictators died. They all died. Okay, our day will come. Spiritually speaking, Islam is an ancient religion. Yes or no? Yes. Buddhism is 2,500 years old. Communism is 100 years old. They are bacha. They are just a child. We survived 2,500 years. Yes or no? Yes. From the Silk Road of Kashgar to Urumqi to Central Asia, yes? Yes. We survived in the mountains of Tibet, 4,000 meters high. They cannot come and live with us. They eat rice, we eat barley. Yes or no? Yes. So, spirituality is with us. Our spirit is with us. Tibetan DNA is very old. Uyghur DNA is very old. They just can't take, 1 million children here, 3 million people here and think it will disappear. Never. It will never happen. Truth will prevail. From Urumqi to Lhasa to Mongolia to Hong Kong to Taiwan. MashaAllah.
Çünkü muşu kişinin bizge bergen leksiyasi bugünkü menimce bo'lganda 2 kunlik yig'inning xulosasi ham asosiy eng oxirdagi nimasida men Advocacy yaxshi tarjim qildi. Ishkiyimiz narsani atlab ketgan yerni shu yerda deb qo'yay. Men Shanghaylik Hong Konglik kishining so'ragan savoli hozir men sening degan shu fikrlaringdan, ya'ni musofirchilikda shu vaqt turib bizniki o'zimizning hukumatini qurish nemisdan shu narsaga ta'sirlandim. Biz Hong Kongliklar bo'lishimiz suhbatimizdan biz shundoq bir hukumat shaklini, ya'ni ashda bir hukumatni sirtda, ya'ni vatan sirtida bir hukumat shaklini qurib, kelgusida o'zimizning istiqboli uchun asosimizni turg'izmoqchidik. Shu nim tarafdan qanday maslahat bersak, chunki hozir Hong Kongda Xitoyning ta'siri nihoyat kuchli. Xitoy hukumati agar biz sirtda shundoq bir sizlarga o'xshash shunday ishni qilsak, ichidan oyoqqa Xitoylarni qo'zg'ab, Hong Kongdagi Xitoylarni ularni bizga qarshi qo'ydi. Bizga qarshi qo'ygan vaqtida agar biz shunday bir hukumatni tiklaysak, yo'q u teshidikilar bizga vakillik qilolmaydi deb vaqirab chiqadi. U chaqda biz u xalqimizga qanday vakillik qilamiz, qanday biz davlatimizni mustahkam qilamiz degan shu savolni so'radik. So'raganda bu kishi dedi: "Biz
Hong Kong'daki Xitoylar qartdı, şu yerdekilerge. Biz sırtki qıvatqanlarının nemisi, sizlerinin avazınlarga, sizlerinin derdinlarga vakillik qılğıcılar. Biz sırt tuturup hükümet kuruşumuz, sırt tuturup muşu faaliyetini qilib berishimiz qandaqdir biz vatan ozod bo'lib ketib qolsa va yoki Hong Kong ozod bo'lsa va Sharqi Turkiston ozod bo'lib qolsa biz uyaga berib Sharqi Turkistonning dohisi bo'lish uchun, Sharqi Turkistonda uyada huquq tutish uchun emas, ashadki ezilayotgan xalqimizning dardini dunyoga anglataligimiz uchun, shu dunyo shu dardini biz his qilaligimiz uchun, shu faqat shu hisga biz vakillik qilamiz. Şu yerdeki avazsızların avazı bo'lamiz. Şu sebepten biz bu yerde reis, şu sebepten biz bu yerde dahi, şu sebepten biz aldığımız etip duruyoruz. Şundan bo'lganligi uchun biz bu hükümetni kuryapmiz. Bizning kurayotgan hükümetlerimiz xalqimizning qalbiga, ruhiga, irodasiga vakillik qiladi. Agar mushunda ahvolda ekan, Xitoy biz kelib, mayli qaramaydi, Hong Kongda turganlar, masalan bizning Sharqi Turkiston turgan nurg'unlagan ko'p sonli Uyg'urlar. Sizlar bular vakillik qilolmaysiz, sen chet elda necha yillar yashading, yashab quvvatgan ishlaringning hammasi bu yerlik xalqning manfaatiga qalbiga vakillik qilolmaydi degan vaqtda bizning u Xitoy hukumatiga u yerda Xitoy yasab chiqqan bu xalqqa qarshi bizning deydiganimiz unda bo'lsa bizning targ'ib qilayotganimiz demokratiya, xalqqa erkinlik. Biz saylansak xalq saylaydi. Qani maydonga tush Xitoy, hammangni aka xalqning ursi qo'yaylik, qalbida seni saylamdı, meni saylamdı. Çünkü biz xalq shunday demokratiyani, shunday erkinlikni beramiz. Agar xalqning qalbida haqiqatan hurlik, haqiqatan shunday iroda, haqiqatan Xitoy hukumatidan norozi, Xitoyning bisimiga qarshi degan bir ideya bo'lsa, albatta birinchi bo'lib bizni xohlaydi, bizni saylaydi, bizning o'zining ustimizda turishimizni xohlaydi. Yana bir tarafdan biz bu chet elda ip berayotgan, bu qurayotgan hukumatlarning hammasi bu butunlay xalqning irodasi bilan bo'layotgan ishlar. Xitoy bo'lsa qilayotgan ishlarning hammasi, saylayotgan amallari, prezidentlarning hammasi u buyurgan, yuqoridan buyruq qilib, hammasini tayinlagan. Ularni xalqning qalbidan chiqib, xalq saylab ketgan boshlaganmiz. Ammo biznikida unda ish yo'q. Yana bir tarafdan biz bir tarixiy uzun yillardan beri Himalayaning qish so'qida chidab, Sharqi Turkistonning qumliqi butuniyatni ketgan Uyg'urlar mashinalar bir kuchli millat. Bizning DNA'miz, bizning jannatlikimiz necha ming yillar yashagan. O girişigen Xitoylar qancha yüz yil yashab o'zini dunyoning g'o'jisi bo'la olamiz degan yerda biz undaqlarda biz kuchligan bir millatlar biz. Mayli Tibetlik bo'lsak, biz mayli Uyg'ur bo'lsak, bizning genimiz hech qachon yo'qolmaydi. Biz shunday kuchli, bizning ruhimiz yo'qolmaydi. Undaq ekan biz g'alaba qilg'uvchilar. Bizning g'alaba qanday qilishimiz qanday degan vaqtda, chunki bizni shunday bir kun kelib Xitoy kelib maydonga chiqaylik. Bu tuproqda yashayotganlarning sanqaq vakil emasligini biz ko'raylik. Masalan, Uyg'ur bo'lsa albatta özünün başlığı, özününki reisi, özünün dahisini elbette Uygur'dan sayılaydı. Tibetliğimiz Tibetlikini sayılaydı. Hong Kongluğumuz Hong Kongluğumuz Xitayını kopup bizden başlığı olsun deyip sayılamaydı. Uçaklı sendindeyse. Demek ki bir yerlik en mühim neyse, toğra bizden işlerimizde bu demokratiya degan acayip bir isim neyse, onun bir avaz deymiz ama o bir avaz çıkış deganlikda onun çok karşılığı buludu. Sen demokratiyanı cari kıldırımız deydiğimiz karşı fikirlerinin buluşumu bu normal bir iş. Birbirimizni tanqidlashimiz bu normal bir iş. Ama bütün en ahirki maksat, ahirki g'oya vatanda ko'p sonli kelgan xalqimizning idisi, xalqimizning ishchi, xalqimizning ruhini, shularni biz namoyon qilgan holda shularning eng ahirki hurligida taxt turish. Mana shu bizning irodamiz. Bizning irodamiz qandaqdir bir yerda dohiylik emas. Va yoki qandaqdir birsiniki en yuqori üstünlüğünü egallashamaz. En muhimi ezilayotgan xalqimizning hurligi. Chunki mana shunda bo'lganligi uchun haqiqat biz tarafda eng oxirgi 5C degan abay, eng oxirgisi muvaffaqiyat, success. Biz g'alaba qilg'uvchilar. Chunki haqiqat bizda. Bizning da'vatqonlarimiz, quvvatqonlarimiz hammasi haqli. Yana bir narsa Xitoy qanday bo'lishidan qat'iy nazar biz yashab kelgan xalqlar, uning chidab kelgan xalqlar har qanday ishning har qanday qiyinchilikning ustiga yetib kelgan bir millatlar. Shunda bo'lganligi uchun eng oxirgi g'alaba bizning bo'ladi. Rahmat.
Rahmat. Those are all applauses for you. Thank you so much, Dr. Sangay. This was such a wonderful presentation. I think everyone was excited, even though half of the room understood, but I think they really understood what you said. So now we're going to break for a coffee break, a 15-minute break. So let's all come back here at 5:04. Hazır 15 minutluk tənəffüs çıxımız 4-dən 5-də zalga kirib olaylik. panels in our program today. I know everyone is really tired. It's a bit of a packed program, but we have so many amazing speakers that we want to highlight as well. So we would like you to be patient as we're almost done with it, and then we'll celebrate at the end. Our next panel is with different community leaders, community members that we actually work very closely with, Tibetans and Hong Kongers. So today's panel will be moderated by Kai Müller, who is the Executive Director of International Campaign for Tibet, Deutschland. So we also have a Hong Kong activist, Ray Wong, who is based in Germany, a board member of Freiheit für Hong Kong. We have our own Vice President of the World Congress, Ms. Zubaida Shamsuddin, also China Outreach Coordinator at the Uyghur Human Rights Project, and we have Tenzin Zohbauer, who is the Executive Director of Tibet Initiative Deutschland. So the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, and I hope everybody has got a good, strong coffee or cup of tea now for holding out here for us. I'm very delighted and privileged to be able to moderate this panel today, which is titled with United Front for Democracy. I just want to make clear, we're not the United Work Front. That's something completely different. And I'm quite proud that actually we are not, and we are quite the opposite. A movement, a cross movement of those who want to achieve change in their respective countries. So, collaboration. I would like to start with Tenzin Zohbauer, who is quite active here in Germany in terms of advocacy for Tibetans and vis-a-vis the German government and the German public. And the example of Germany is actually, I think, a pretty good one, because we've got a lively landscape of collaboration here. And Tenzin, could you please lay out for us why this collaboration is so important here in Germany, and could you give us some examples of recent activities, please?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. First of all, I'm very happy, glad, and proud to be here as a panelist with all these important people and to experience this great event together with you. Maybe shortly to my background. I am mixed heritage Tibetan, so I am probably like some of your children as well, already born in exile. I have never been to Tibet, and I have no idea when there will be an opportunity. And I don't know when I started to be active for Tibet, because I feel like it was from the moment when I was born. But it was only 3 years ago, or 3.5 years ago, since I'm working in this field. Like, it's now my full-time job to be the Executive Director of Tibet Initiative Germany, which gives me the opportunity to really put more of my time and my ideas into what is the most important for me, and these are the people of Tibet. And when I came to Berlin and I started my work in the office in Berlin, the Olympic Winter Games were standing in front, and we were like, it was 2020. So I would say it was the perfect opportunity to work together, since the second time of Olympic Games were just to start. And it was very nice to meet Ray and his colleagues, and also the organization Germany Stands with Hong Kong as well, and the World Uyghur Congress. I already knew Dolkon from my teenage times. But Hayur from Berlin It was a great opportunity to start and to exchange and to make ideas up together. And we had started up always having regularly demonstrations together and supporting each other, because I would say all of us, we have the same struggle. We have different problems, we have different backgrounds and history, but we struggle at the time with the same enemy, and this is the CCP. And we managed to get a lot of attention in Berlin, and this was a great start for this cross movement in Berlin, I would say. And afterwards we continued it, so we meet regularly. And for example, when Chancellor Scholz was traveling to China, we also, during his first trip and the second trip, we were sure that we want to collaborate together. And I think this made an impact, especially for the journalists and the media and the politicians. Because there is a difference if there is an alliance of groups who tell you you have to be active and you have to speak out for human rights, instead if there's only single groups and all of them are approaching to the politicians and the media independently or individually. So the effect is much stronger. And at the moment we are working together on the topic of transnational repression. I know many countries already does this, but we in Germany started to select some examples from the Uyghur community, Tibetan and Hong Konger community, and we have had a lot of meetings with politicians so far in this combination, and I think it is really effective to go as a strong group together and show solidarity for each other, because if we can show solidarity for each other, even if we are in this desperate situation, I think countries like Germany can show easily solidarity with us, because they're in a much privileged situation than we are.
Thank you. Thank you, Tenzin. And Ray, Hong Kong's democracy and rule of law got dismantled in a whirlwind, one must say. You have experienced it with yourself very closely as an activist, advocate in Hong Kong at the time. You had to leave Hong Kong and you found asylum here in Germany in 2017, if I'm correct. Ever since, what has been your experience here in Germany with regard to collaboration with other groups here, and specifically, what do you think should stakeholders here in the West take from that common experience or the common collaboration or the common aspirations of those groups? What should they take from that?
Yeah. First of all, I would like to thank the World Uyghur Congress for inviting me to give a voice for Hong Konger to speak in this very important event. You asked me about our collaboration in Germany, but I would say the assistance I received from our cross-movement allies, from Tibetan, from Uyghur community, happened before I came to Germany. Actually, the reason why I decided to seek asylum in Germany was partially due to Herr Dr. Isa. So at that time I was persecuted in Hong Kong and I had to flee. And because before me there was no Hong Konger needing to seek asylum in any Western European or democratic country. So I had a trip to Germany and met with Mr. Dr. Isa, and I asked him his advice. Because no Hong Konger knows what to do. And then Dr. Isa gave me a lot of advice how we could do what we could do in Germany, and it really inspired me to make the decision to come to Germany. And after coming to Germany, I really have no regrets, because I know Hong Konger need to continue our movement all over the world, including Germany. So before I came to Germany, the World Uyghur Congress was already helping me. And after coming here, I would say most of our work really built up on the work done by our Tibetan and Uyghur allies, because after coming here, we obviously knew very, very little. Now we still know very little. That's why we still need to learn a lot from our Tibetan and Uyghur allies. But at the time, we were like a blank paper. We didn't know how to do advocacy. We didn't know how to engage with politicians. We didn't know where to find resources. But we got a lot of support from our Tibetan and Uyghur allies. And I can say with certainty, without your support, our movement, our Hong Kong diaspora movement overseas won't develop, won't grow so fast, so rapidly as we are now. So thank you very much. Going back to your second question, what policymakers should make of our existence in Germany? I think I want to quote an analogy from the last governor of Hong Kong, the British last governor, Chris Patten. He said Hong Kong is the canary in the coal mine, which means what CCP does to Hong Kong indicates the intention of CCP to its neighboring country and to the world. What happened in Hong Kong shows very clearly that CCP wants to expand in Hong Kong, later in Taiwan, and also deploying a coercive policy in Southeast Asian country. And I would say us, like Uyghurs, Tibetan, Hong Konger, Taiwanese, and also some Han dissidents in Western European and democratic country, we are also canary because we are the victim of this suppressive regime. We are the victim of CCP oppressive policy. So when we see China is doing something in Europe, in America, we know what is the real intention behind that. One example, yesterday I had a chat with a China expert in Germany, and she said, when you look at the China strategy from the German government, you know, they know very little about CCP. They know very little the way of thinking and their strategic culture. And I totally agree. We, as victims, we sort of develop an intuition, a sense to sense what CCP is really intended to do. One example would be in the China strategy, the German government wants to deepen their subnational diplomatic relationship with China. And when we look at that, the first thing came to my mind was how China infiltrates our different aspects in our society. Hong Kong was infiltrated by CCP since 60s, probably earlier. And we call this termite policy, white ant policy. And they first, bit by bit, with a huge quantity to infiltrate in different aspects of society. And then, at first, it seems very normal, nothing's changed. Exactly like how termites erode a tree. Until the moment the root of a tree is completely eroded, you won't see it. And then with just a little push, the tree will fall. And I believe CCP is deploying similar strategy also in the West, trying to infiltrate different aspects of European society. Just last week, the German government arrested a Chinese assistant for an AfD MEP. He has been there for almost a decade. He infiltrated the pro-democracy movement, the Chinese dissidents circle. He even infiltrated an MEP office. And if the German policy makers take our intuition, take our sense seriously, a lot of this kind of infiltration could be prevented. Yeah, that's my little sharing.
Thank you, Brady.
Yeah, that very much reminds me of remarks I heard very often from Tibetan leaders in my work who kept and keep offering their experiences with the Chinese to Western policymakers because they know better. And I think most of you here in the room know better than most of our policymakers, I'm afraid. And that's something where I believe your work, all of your work, is of added value for our policies here in the West, in Germany, for example. Thank you, Ray. Zubaira, going a little bit beyond Germany, you're based in the US, and you're looking back at some more experience in your work, and I would be very interested to hear your view about what has changed over time in the collaboration between Uyghurs, Tibetans, Hong Kongers. What has changed over 10 years or so? What's different now?
Thank you, it's great. Thank you. It's a great question. Actually, yeah, I can talk about it, but first of all, I would like to thank the participants, spending so long time and be patient and sitting here, especially non-English speakers. Thank you for all of your patience. And secondly, all esteemed speakers that already have presented such a great, powerful speeches. I think they have covered everything. Whatever we have facing, what's happening to Uyghurs, what's happening to Tibetans, Hong Kong, everybody. I think almost nothing has left, but because I don't have to say any more about it, adding to it. Since what changed in terms of collaboration, I think even for that one word from yesterday's opening remarks from Pempa Tsering, president of the Tibetan Exile government, he mentioned that we are all in the same boat. In reality, we were before, we have been, and we definitely are. Whether we take this boat to the other, cross the sea and reach our goal, it completely depends on all of us, not only just Uyghurs, Tibetans, or Hong Kongers. Because whatever China's government has done to us, it's step by step, strategic. It's not something that happened since 2016, or something that everybody keeps saying, we haven't heard about Uyghurs before. It's not, we haven't heard about it because we did not take it as seriously. That's how it should be expressed for me. Personally, as you said, I do have long experience, maybe over 30 years experience in this sector. Whatever we've been talking about today, yesterday, it has been told to the world 50 years ago. Because my family's life experience to that. I can say one thing, just to simply, and also I don't like that we are the victims word as well, because we're not victims. Just to simply because we were fighters, that's why the Chinese government tried to get rid of us. Because we were the fighters, Chinese government didn't want us to live in East Turkestan, that we were forced to flee. That forced to flee is also, I can say that it's from my family experience. Just simply my two aunts, one went to Central Asia and one exiled to Western country, which is Umar Panat's mother, my aunt, and another one. For that, my family paid a huge price. So it's not something, and in terms of collaboration, right now, if we look at each other like Tibetan's eyes, Hong Kong's eyes, and the other democracy inspirational, the Chinese friends, the one thing is, what's tomorrow? What's going to happen tomorrow? Xi Jinping is not a leader that like previous Chinese leaders. He is implementing, he is doing what he said. He made all his speech as a law. He legitimized all the repression. He legalized all the repression. Whatever he said in People's Congress or whatever, wherever, now you looked at it, it's all law. Like whether it's in terms of East Turkestan, the extremification law, counter-terrorism law, bilingual education law, they just completely legalized all the repression. So with that, when it comes to 2016, the Xi Jinping thinks that legally they're arresting people, that the mass arrest began in 2016, but in Xi Jinping's mind, it's legal, something that he's detaining people because he wants to re-educate or indoctrination. So the next step for him is completely the intentional genocide, which is that involves definitely forced slavery, all other things that already had been mentioned. But the worst thing is right now what's happening is that now the Chinese government try to normalize that kind of atrocity and repression. This is a horrible thing. It makes people understand or make people that it's normal. It's normal to repress. It's normal to get rid of all the people that are different from Han Chinese. And it's kind of normal that you use slavery in the 20th century. So, and that kind of experimental repression, it's not only just happening to us, and it's happening to Tibetans already. The one typical example is a Tibetan boarding school. And for Hong Kong, it's get rid of all the legal system, making Hong Kong like 40 years ago is Turkestan. Because whenever the Hong Kong people describe what's happening to Hong Kong, I feel like we have been through it. That's how I feel. It happened us before. So to me, when we look at each other right now, the biggest changes is the more the repression, the more stronger connection we became. We kind of stronger. We feel that we don't have to advocate each other. We don't have to tell them, oh, let's go do something. But now we just look at each other. We feel what we should do, what action should be taken. So to me, it's time to act, not just to talking to each other. Say, oh, Tibetan friend, come here. Hong Kongers or other people in the Mongolians, come here. Let's say something. It's not say something. It's we should do something time. To me, the horrible thing is right now, the Chinese government organized tours to East Turkestan. It could happen to Tibet soon, could be Hong Kong soon, saying that everything is normal. Just completely normalizing anything, this is horrible. And for that, we have to make our alliance even stronger to combat that kind of Chinese propaganda, saying that it's not the right thing to do. Normalizing genocide, normalizing atrocity, crimes against humanity is not normal. And if we don't say stop now, it may happen everywhere, any parts of the world. I think I may stop here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Subaira. I think the commonalities in the system of repression are, I think, more easy to understand for each other. I think if we look at East Turkestan and Tibet and the assault on culture and religion, we can relate, we can understand as Tibet advocates or Tibetans what is going on with Uyghurs, and maybe vice versa as well. Same goes for Hong Kong with the installation of a very ruthless security state, which is something we have seen in Tibet and in East Turkestan as well. So I think that we understand each other better, and I think there's more empathy also with each other, which I think is a very good thing in that sense, and very much needed. And I wanted to ask you, talking about empathy, as a follow-up question. You are a Chinese outreach officer. What about the empathy of the Chinese you're talking to when you approach them or present your case, your issue?
That's a great question. Yeah, I actually forgot to mention, which I am thinking of talking about it. One of the Uyghur Human Rights Projects, one of the important initiatives is Chinese outreach work. I am the Chinese outreach coordinator. What I do is I reach out to Chinese speakers and educate them about what's happening to Uyghurs, because despite huge propaganda by the Chinese authority, because what Chinese speakers hear about Uyghurs is completely something different. It's all the information fed by Chinese government. But what we wish them to know is our legitimate cries, our legitimate fight, and our cause when we talk about genocide, the many Chinese speakers think that it's kind of, fabricated story, but it's not. I can tell you one example. When we started the Chinese outreach work in 2013, the first, when we speak to, not only just myself, even before me, all Uyghur organizations, that's what always trying to do through the Inter-Ethnic Conference, that was started with Young Jan Lee's Initiative for China organization. In here, my friends, colleagues, Nuri, Turkel, Umarkam, everybody is there, and many other Tibetan friends too. And we used to go there. But when we talk about each other situation, soon we start talking about, we Uyghurs from East Turkestan, and many Chinese friends that kind of becomes mute. Because they don't really wish to hear exactly what we want to say. And then soon we start to explain. That explanation started with official project that UHRP launched. And I said, look, you don't have to be so nervous when we talk about East Turkestan. The East Turkestan is a Turkic land belonged to Uyghur people that will live it many centuries. And that land was belonged to us. And the people of that land is Uyghurs. And that's what we want to talking about. And what Chinese government, I don't have to say about it. The illegitimacy of occupation and repression, everything, it's already been said. But that has to be told them in different way from Uyghurs' perspective, telling them that, look, we do understand your repression as well. Like, for example, you are Han Chinese people, it doesn't mean that you are in the free world too, because the Chinese government, the repressive policy is also against you. And look, for example, 84 Tiananmen Square massacre. I was in China at the time. I also educated in Chinese university, and I took part in the protest as well. And first time I directly interacted with Chinese academics and other activists. I said, look, when you fight for democracy and freedom in Tiananmen Square, took to the streets for protests, I was there. But I really felt for you. I felt devastated when tank crossed over live students and killed them. At that time, I did not feel any difference of nationality or difference of any human being, because I felt the one person and the one thing. So we should stop that kind of atrocity. Now, that's back to the Uyghurs. What happened to Uyghurs? It's worse than Tiananmen Square, because that kind of massacre happened many times in the 50s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000. One by one, I told them. In the 50s, like forcing Uyghurs to flee in Central Asia and then killing intellectuals. In the 60s, 70s, on the so-called Cultural Revolution, another repression and a killing. In the 90s, all massacres just simply because Uyghurs request freedom of speech and religious freedom, like Gulju massacre, Urumqi massacre, Barm massacre, all the massacres. I told them, and even some documents withdrawn from the Chinese sources saying that this is what's happening. So after that kind of slowly but firmly consistent education, we did have sympathy and support from Chinese friends too. They do understand. Nowadays, we don't have to explain all over, because thanks to internet, all the information disclosed and other things, it's all good. Definitely, I'm glad that we were able to reach that stage, but we wish to do more because there are lots of work that needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Byron, yes. Tenzin, you're very much, we tend to work, we advocates for change. We tend to look at the business of the day, we look at what's right ahead of us. But looking a little bit in the future, what do you think needs to be done in terms of collaboration? What would be your suggestions?
I just wanted to add something on the situation with the Chinese, and also the cross movement with pro-democratic Chinese movement quickly, because after the protest 2022, the blank paper protest, I felt like it's, at least during my time of being active, It was the first time for me seeing a Chinese crowd standing in Berlin, hiding their faces, shouting for free Tibet and for free East Turkestan. And I was the only Tibetan at this demonstration at that time, and I started crying because it was so emotional. At the same time, to hear something like this from Chinese, and if you talk to them, they don't even know much about Tibet or East Turkestan, but they know that it is not right what is going on in Tibet and in East Turkestan and in Hong Kong. And I feel like this gave me a lot of more hope for the future cross movement, and also reminded me that we always should look ahead for new partners in our struggle. I think it's a great opportunity and start that we are now working together as cross movement, as alliance, but there are so many other countries and people who are oppressed by autocratic and systems. At the moment, it's actually a really bad time. It's like there are 74 autocracies and 63 democratic countries in the world. So it's the lowest democratic index since 20 years. And we are actually the ones who are fighting for democracy and human rights and Western values. And I feel like this is something we really should highlight more in our discussions, that this kind of support towards us is also a support of democracy. And I now have a lot of talks as well with people from Ukraine or Iran and Afghanistan, because the struggle is somehow similar. It's different, but we can understand each other. And all of us want to live in peace and freedom. And I think this is something we really have to look forward for the future, but at the same time, we have to continue learning from each other and understanding each other better. And for me, like, attending this kind of event is very helpful to get a lot of knowledge about the history of East Turkestan, for example, to meet all of you, to get to see all your beautiful traditional dresses, because unfortunately in Berlin there are not so many Uyghurs. And this is something which can help me now, while I'm doing the advocacy work, to also highlight these things. And I hope that in future we collaborate much more together, so that it is super normal for everyone. If they think about China, that they think automatically Tibet, Hong Kong, or Turkestan, and it's like not a question if they're only mentioning one country or one group of people who is oppressed. It should be automatically for everyone to mention all of the groups and to look at them at the same level without having any preferences or saying, oh, Hong Kong is very actual at the moment, that's why we should focus more on that topic, because they won't solve the problem with only looking on to Hong Kong. And yeah, this is something what I really hope for the future.
Ray, your thoughts on the future, what are your ideas?
There are really too many things to be done. So it's really difficult to pin down one or two things that the whole alliance, I would say, Tibetan, Uyghur, Taiwanese, Hong Kongers, we all should focus on. But I think, yeah, this kind of exchange between different movements is very important, as Tenzin rightly pointed out. As I said, we are very new to this game. I'm not sure if it's fortunately or unfortunately. Fortunately, we enjoy a bit longer freedom than you all did. Unfortunately, we also had to join this game. We have no choice, because the freedom and rights in our homeland were taken away by CCP. And before we could go back to our homeland, I can foresee this kind of cross-movement collaboration will only get bigger and stronger, and I think this is the right direction we are heading towards.
Zubaira. Thank you, Ray. Zubaira, what are your thoughts about the future of this cross-movement collaboration? What do you think will be reality in 10 years?
I don't know what to say in 10 years. Hopefully, my hope is in 10 years, hopefully I can go back up. In 10 years, I hope that we don't fight anymore. We don't do any collaboration or anything, I hope that I can go back to East Turkestan. Hong Kong, go back to Hong Kong. Tibetans go back to Tibet. So we don't have to have that kind of pain, that fighting for our beloved people inside our homeland. Because what we're fighting for here is for them, not for us. We are fighters here. We are the voices of voiceless who's suffering over there. So, but whatever, in order to reach to that goal, we have to act. My hope is just, even if one little thing, if we can just act on it jointly. For example, there will be a protest in Washington, D.C. on May 4th, on Saturday, because of the Embassy Day. The Chinese government has started doing propaganda in the center of politics in Washington, D.C., saying that all the policies of Chinese government is so good to Uyghurs and all other minority people that they're just enjoying great life. But that protest is going to happen against that propaganda, countering all these, disinformation. So, and also it's going to happen jointly. The Tibetans, Hong Kongers, I've been receiving messages since yesterday. It's so enthusiastic, and that kind of thing. Even if it's a little, if it's joint effort, it will make differences. As former president's lecture mentioned a few times, we are strong, we're hopeful, and we will get there. But no matter what, we have to act all the time, act together and effectively, productively. Whether it's protests, whether it's the implementing laws like UFLPA, like boycotting Chinese products, make sure that what we buy is not a Chinese product, not it's from slave labor, or when tourist companies organize a travel and want you to go to travel East Turkestan, please make sure that that travel not contribute for Chinese government to fund genocide against Uyghurs. And same thing for Tibet as well, same thing for Inner Mongolia, same thing for any other places, anything, any cooperation, any work that it should not benefit Chinese government's atrocity crime and all the genocide, the actions that they took against people like us. Thank you.
I just wanted to add, since you just said we have to act. I'm not sure if you already heard it, but actually at the moment in Paris, the first demonstration against the visit of Xi Jinping just started, and there was a banner drop from young Tibetans at the Arc of Triumph, where it's written, Dictator Xi Jinping, your time is up. And I think this is exactly where we are standing at the moment. And for example, this kind of actions, they are mostly coordinated already together, and during the last years the actions camps, which are mostly organized by Students for Free Tibet, they always invite Hong Kongers and Uyghurs to join and to work and prepare this kind of actions so that we really can act in future together more strongly, and hopefully in 10 years don't have to sit here and find out new strategies.
Thank you, Tenzin. Looking at the timekeeper, we've got 5 minutes, 2 minutes. It's getting less every minute. We have time for one question from the floor. If there is one. If not, I would then wrap up this panel. Thank you very much. And I think I would like to add personally that I think this is really an asset, this united front for democracy by Tibetans, Uyghurs, Hong Kongers, and Chinese dissidents, which is really an asset for our democracy here, for Western democracies who are under pressure, actually, as we all know, from autocracies led by China, with Russia, Iran, other countries as well. So I would wish for my and our countries here, for the free world, if we can say, that there's more support, more acknowledgement, and more openness to invite the experiences of those of you and include it into policy making here in Europe and beyond. Thank you very much. Thank you for having the opportunity to speak. Thank you. Welcome to the Congress. Thank you.
Thank you, Kai. This was a wonderful and inspiring panel. Now I would like to invite our last speakers of the day on stage. So please, as our moderator, Geneviève Garrigo, who is also an elected member of the Paris City Council. Next, I would like to also invite Roshan Abbas, Executive Director of Campaign for Uyghurs, Raima Mahmoud, Executive Director of Stop Uyghur Genocide, and also UK Director for the World Uyghur Congress. Ramila Chandishev, President of the Australian Uyghur Talanta Women's Association, and of course myself, lastly, to wear one of my many hats on stage, as we are going to discuss Uyghur women's role in advancing the Uyghur cause. Әң ақырғы сөhbət программымызда біздің давадiki Uyghur ayallarının oynayan rolü toğruluq temida söhbət proqramı edib bağmaqçı. Şununla səhnədə Geneviève Garrigo xanım Paris şəhər hökumətinin saylanğan əzası moderatorluğunu qılmaqçı. Burun Geneviève xanım özü Xalqara Keçirim Təşkilatı Fransiya təşkilatının rəisi bolğan. Nurgulgan jil. Onun için elbette bizden Batur Uyghur paliyatçılarımızdan əmmisi var. Roshan Abbas hanım, Ramila Chandishev hanım, Raima Mahmud hanım bu söhbət programı qatnaşıdı.
Good afternoon. This is our last panel for today, and I am very, very glad that this is a panel. Yeah, it's yes, this is a panel. It's okay. You hear me? Yeah. This is. Sorry. Thank you. Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This is our last panel of today, and I am very glad because this is a panel of women that we are going to speak about what women are doing for the Uyghur cause, and it's very important. And I want to thank specifically Sumretal, because I didn't know if you noticed from this morning that all the panels were at least at parity, and this is so rare, even in our democracy, because one of the indicators of the democracy is not only election, it's also the visibility of the women in the debate, in the parliament, in the different organizations, and I think you can really give them an applause to them. Yes. Second point, we were talking about Olympic Paris and Xi Jinping coming to Paris, and also this is a little bit out of the of panel, but you know we are going to have the Olympic Games in Paris, and even if we have asked the Chinese not to participate, it's almost impossible, as already Antoinette explained this morning, as already the Russia as a country is not participating. But you know, in 2008, when I have been elected president of Amnesty International in France, it was the year of the Olympic Games in China. I remember very well, because also of all the crime in Tibet, in the Xinjiang, and everywhere in the Chinese area, even against the Chinese. And I remember the campaign we did, making the parallel between the crime the Chinese government was doing and the athletic and performance. And maybe you can unify Hong Kong, Tibet, Uyghur, to make a big campaign to show how they are on the top level of torture, disappearance, etc., etc. That can be a good campaign. But going back to our panel of today, as you know, women pays a heavy tribute in wartime as well as under dictatorship. Rape, sexual violence, forced sterilization, abortion, marriage are very common practice for those who aim to destroy women and to them, their family, their village, their people. But the reason why they are targeted is not only that, it's also because the women are part of the resistance, part of the action against them, and they want to destroy them, to make them to stop speaking, to stop acting, and this is very, very important. Just I want you to remember, or maybe you don't know, but from the mother of Plaza de Mayo in Buenos Aires, Argentina, that they have been marching each and every Thursday with a picture of their disappeared children to denounce the dictatorship, even when they were disappeared themselves, to the Kurd women that were fighting against Daesh in the Rojava, or going to Liberia, where women from both camps agreed on making, don't laugh, I'm making a sex relation with their husband to force them to find a solution and to solve the conflict that was killing so many people in the country. We can see that women are very, very active, and I have been incremental in breaking dictatorship. And this is very important because today we cannot imagine to build democracy, to build a rule of law, to build a state where human rights are respected without women, and this is even stronger when it comes to protect and preserve the territory. And of course, every people who is fighting today for their freedom, they have their heroine, and I have to say that Uyghur are not at rest. Myself, the first Uyghur person I met, it was a long time ago, I was the president of Amnesty in France, it was Rabia Kader. It was really the first people I met, and she was in France, she asked to meet with me, and then we became close, and I even participated in your General Assembly in 2016 in France. Maybe one of you remember, you know, the French lady who came and who spoke to bring support. It was me, okay? And today I am very proud to continue doing all this year with you. Now I am going back to the fantastic lady with me, and I am going to ask you 2 or 3 questions, depends the time, if we have short answers. The first question is, first, you know, we know how difficult it is for women, you know, to take the lead. No, it's not in our culture, and it's even worse when it's a people in exile, when we traditional culture, with Muslim, etc. Then I am very interested in knowing how each of you came to take the position and to fight as you are doing. Good question?
Umar is laughing so much because I think you're absolutely right. It's not easy to be a woman, and especially be a woman whose people facing such a full-fledged active genocide. Especially the Uyghur women back home. Every time when we think about what's happening to them, as I always say, the Uyghur women's bodies are the battleground of this genocide taking place. They are facing not just the forced sterilizations, forced abortions, and the forcibly marrying Han Chinese men. I call this, they are subject to government-sponsored mass rape in the name of sham marriages. Also, the Chinese state media reported that 1.1 million Han Chinese cadres, mostly male, deployed into Uyghur homes to live inside of their home and supervise and monitor their daily lives. Most men are taken to the concentration camps or forced labor facilities or prisons. Uyghur women are subject to sexual abuse inside of their own home. So the responsibility on our shoulder is huge. We have to take care of our families. Also, same time, we need to be the voice for those millions of voiceless people. We need to speak for them. And also, we need to work in the very male-dominated advocacy world. I can just say this very openly. But luckily, our leaders in diaspora, like Mr. Arkanaltek and Dulqanisa and Omar Qanat, and I have a great brother here sitting, Dr. Rishad Abbas, and my husband, and all of my colleagues. They're being very supportive. So we have the support, but we don't give up. The women, we fight harder, we pay closer to the details, and we convince people. Well, we don't give up until we convince. So, there's no just convincing or trying to convince. And also, everyone here on this panel, I look at Zumratai, Ramila, Rahima, not just that they are leading the community and advocating for people, but also they are doing a great job supporting other Uyghur women. Thank you.
Thank you. What about you?
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. And so I would like to talk from a bit more personal level, as everyone have already covered about the atrocities. I think I was born as from young girl, I wanted to be free. I fought for my freedom.
This is a good program. I wanted to be free. Yeah? Someone's singing about that.
I was born in a family that my mother's side, they are musicians. My father was religious. And every time when I wanted to go somewhere, I wasn't allowed. So I chose Dalian University of Technology to study, so I can travel so far away, no one can reach me. So I can do whatever I want. That was first, I believe, also the best choice I made. Not only just because I wanted, it's because of seek for knowledge, but also from personal level, the thirst for freedom, to be free, to be able to do what you want to do. Second is thirst for justice. I think that has to be in your character. It's within you. When you see something unjust, you want to do something about it. So I think that was already in me from young age. And of course, the reason that I left my country, I was a teacher and I wanted to teach and I wanted to really, educate generations of Uyghur children, people. However, I had to make that decision. That is because of 1997 Guljar massacre. And I couldn't see any future that, I can continue. And that was a reason that I left in 2000. And then by 2018, after this increased oppression, that the character has changed to genocidal, then I felt that I have to lead. And that was the reason I became the UK director. I put my name forward to Dolcon. I said, well, okay, let me take it. I left my job as a professional interpreter translator. I was working almost 7 days a week. I was very much in demand, both in Uyghur language and Mandarin. I translated a book, Prison Memoir, The Land Drenched in Tears, and it's one of the most inspirational women's story. That also helped to build my vision and gave me the direction, what I really want from this life.
Thank you very much. And what about you, Ramila?
Thank you very much. I get asked this question a lot when we do interviews and all that. Why have you become an activist? Why have you become the face and the voice for Uyghurs? I say I'm an activist by default because I grew up in the West. My family left to Australia when I was a child. So I don't have the experience or the exposure to my culture as the giant women who sit here who I admire. So my work is very small compared to what they have achieved. So I'm an activist by default. And as the ladies before me have mentioned, how can you sit back when you know that your culture is being erased, when your culture is being destroyed? And we fill the gap because in Australia, we don't have as many activists. I don't think we have many activists around the world, but even so, less in Australia. And for women's issues, the women's issues is very dire. So we had to stand up and we had to speak up. Because in any war, in any ethnic cleansing, in any genocide, it is the women that get destroyed. Because once you destroy the women, it's to humiliate the men and also to destroy the future generations of that culture. So hence, my feminist side coming out saying, if no one's going to speak up, I'm going to speak up. So activists by default, but it's extremely rewarding. The little steps that we make, the little achievements that we make has become extremely rewarding, and we know that my little bit, my tiny little bit, is contributing to this beautiful celebration of 20 years, and hopefully for many more and many more to come. Thank you.
And then we have the new generation who can explain. The reasons are very close, very similar. There are other reasons, Sumretai.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much, Geneviève. I would first like to really tell how honored I am to be sharing the stage with incredible women who have been fighting for such a long time and who have been advancing the Uyghur cause for a while. For me, I grew up in Urumqi in East Turkestan, but I left at a very, very young age. So I could also say that I grew up in the West, but I received an incredibly important education by my parents, who are actually both present here, who taught me the values of, sacrifice, but also the quest for justice. At a very young age, I already knew that I wanted to defend the people without the voice, and I knew that that was my own people. And when I went back to my homeland in 2009, for the first time after immigrating to Canada, I witnessed the Urumqi massacre at the time. July 7th, we arrived, and it was the exact day when Uyghur protesters were being cracked down by the Chinese government and its armies of police and other officers. So for the first time in my life, I actually understood what racial discrimination meant and how Uyghurs were being treated as second-class citizens in our own homeland. And I woke up. I told myself that as a Uyghur who grew up in Canada in a land of freedom and democracy, I was being treated, differently, as less than human. We were racially profiled at the airport, and I saw every day, I heard news of people disappearing. I saw Uyghurs being beaten in the streets and taken by the cops. So I told myself that because I had, the freedom and the rights in Canada, I had to do something. So at the age of 16, I decided to go back to Canada and to be more involved within my own community in Montreal, where I grew up. And this is, how I became slowly an activist. And then actually, fun fact, in my university days, I studied international relations, and then I went to law school. But when I was studying international relations at Université de Montréal, I was actually a volunteer for Amnesty International. This was the first international NGO that I actually volunteered for. It was the Francophone section, and this is how I started my activism, basically raising awareness about the Uyghurs at the time. And a couple of years later, I received training by the World Uyghur Congress, youth workshops, and here I am today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for providing with such personal element. And I am working with women that they are fighting for freedom for their territory all around the world. And except the fact that you are Uyghur, I would say that all the women around the world has more or less the same motivation, and it's about the life, it's about to give to the others. And it's difficult to ask them, to tell us what they have achieved, what about they are proud, and it's what I am going to ask you, because I am sure you have many things to tell us about what you have been winning for the Uyghur community.
Among the many of our advocacy in the United States and as well as global advocacy with governments. But I want to mention one thing, because we have achieved this in the support and the hard work of Uyghurs from all around the world, Uyghur women from all around the world. It's one voice, one step. Brawas berqadam. So when this mass detention started, in 2016, 2017. By April 2017, we already knew about 1 million Uyghurs in detention, but the international community was not paying attention. It was not being covered on the media. The governments were not really paying attention. And then we had the election at the end of the year in November. We had the new cadres, new leadership in the World Uyghur Congress. So by January of 2018, I thought of maybe initiating some sort of movement to activating and empowering the women in diaspora and have them lead something to make a big noise. And then discussing with Dolko and discussing with many of my friends. We have some the ladies here in this room from the Munich community, and all of these ladies here, actually, Australia, London. We were able to organize protests in 14 countries and 18 cities on the same day, on March 15, 2018. And with that movement, because this was led by women, by Uyghur women, and also because it's led by Uyghur women, and this is how strong the Uyghur women are in the families, in domestic life too. And most of almost all the local organizations and husbands and the children, everybody joined them. With that protest, the next day, actually starting from the end of the day, we had coverages of 1 million Uyghurs in detention in more than 100 news outlets in more than 30 languages.
Yeah, you can be very proud of that. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, again, I want to talk from personal level. First, the most proud thing I can proudly say is that I survived cancer in 2013. It was grade 3. I fought so fiercely and I survived, and I'm here after 11 years. So, please.
Yes.
that's number one thing. Number two, as a mother, I feel very proud of my son. Now he is together with Zubaira's daughter, leading the campaign, Tarim Network, uniting the Uyghur youth. So I feel I achieved something in that level as a mother.
You can applaud too, huh?
Thirdly, since I led the UK as being UK director of the World Uyghur Congress, then setting up Stop Uyghur Genocide with the wonderful allies like Mia, who helped me from the beginning, from the baby step. And now Stop Uyghur Genocide is a leading voice in the UK. One of the most proudest moments was that I led the movement to stop Erkin Tunyas to enter the UK and the EU. And the fourth most proudest thing I would say, my music. The Silk Road, Mira Silk Road Collective. This year I will be touring 8 cities. So that is, I think, I achieved something. Thank you.
Bravo. Then for you it's a little bit more difficult because, as you explained, in Australia the diaspora is not so big and the country is so huge and the distance, etc. But I am sure there are things you are proud you have achieved.
Absolutely, there's a lot of things I'm proud of. When we moved to Australia, me and my sister were children, really young. So we were sent to first grade actually, in Australia. When we were taken into the class, we were the only 2 kids that looked different. So there was a class full of white people. The school was white, except me and my sister. So no one knew who we were. It was very difficult to explain that we're from East Turkestan, we're Uyghur, you're Chinese. That's the first thing that comes, whether it's the teachers, where it's our students as well. So now, after the activism and after the talk and educating of the wider Australian community, wherever I go, who are you, where are you from, what's your ethnicity? The minute I say Uyghur, of course you'll come across people who say, what, who? But the majority of people say, yes, I know who you are, I know what's happening, and keep going, we are here to support you. The other proud moment is to establish the Australian Uyghur Tangtag Women's Association. It's the first established women's association that is recognized by the Australian government after a very long time. Didn't come easy, but I'm super proud of the 10 other women who are in my group, all working professionals or mothers who contribute their time selflessly. That's a huge, proud moment for me. I work full-time. This is my other full-time job. I don't get paid for my activism. We don't receive, and coming here, I'm here with my, with the support of my group, as well as out of my own pocket. So no one supports us in that sense. We don't have grants, we don't have things. The other proud moment is Penny Wong, the Foreign Minister of Australia, knows me by name. I'm not sure if that's a proud moment, or if I'm a thorn in her side, because the minute she sees me, Ramila, how are you doing? Ramila, how are the Uyghurs? This is the first question I get. And the other thing is, I'd like to say, Adelaide, she's based in Adelaide, she sent me here to Germany to be with you guys, and Germany has sent your foreign minister, who is currently in Adelaide today, speaking, strengthening ties with the Australian foreign minister and the Australian government. So these are the proud moments.
Thank you very much. And with Rushan Zumreta, you are the second Uyghur woman to be awarded, if I understood well, on this panel at least, and I am sure the other will be awarded one day. And you have a fantastic track record regarding your age, because you are very young, but what makes you more proud?
It's a difficult question because I think I'm really proud of my own identity. I'm really proud of being Uyghur and belonging to that community and serving my own community. This is the first thing that actually makes me the most proud about myself, and this is what keeps me going every day to fight this very difficult fight. The second thing is the proud moment, which actually is very recent, is when we worked for a long time, very hard to get this report out by the UN, former UN High Commissioner Michelle Bachelet. We worked day and night for a couple of months to put pressure on her office to ensure that this report was published. And so this actually was published because of the sustained pressure by civil society organizations, including by the World Youth Congress and our affiliate organizations. And I was actually the one in charge of that campaign, because I am the UN Advocacy Officer, and I've worked relentlessly with partners in Geneva and elsewhere to call journalists, to almost harass them day and night, to call diplomats, to put pressure in capitals, and others to, basically publish. And we had this protest in May in front of her office in Geneva, and I remember her coming out of the balcony and seeing the protest with banners, with the photo of her and written a script in Spanish saying, Bachelet published the report, break your silence. And then I think it was 2 months later, it was published. And it became the first independent report by a UN entity, by the highest UN entity, on the Uyghurs. So I'm actually really proud to have contributed to that. The other thing that I'm really proud of is our next generation, our young generation, because I, of course, myself belong to that generation, but because I have a bit more experience now, I'm passing down that knowledge, and now I am actually mentoring Uyghur youth, including my colleague Gulbahar Bazakova, who is among us today, and I am actually mentoring a few other youth, Amina, who's in this room as well. So I'm actually really proud of that as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I am going to ask them a last question, but I think we will have some time to exchange with the floor here. And I just want, before to introduce the next question, is that, as you heard, they are passionate, they are very creative, they are committed, they are very, very positive. But they will not be heroine if this doesn't have a cost for them. And what I am going to ask them now, because it's not just to wake up and to say I am going to be activist. This has a cost and also has very challenging issue. And then this is my last question for you. What is the cost for you, and what is your main challenge? Thank you.
Which way are you starting? You are my guide.
You are right. The cost is huge. Just like for every Uyghur in this room and every Uyghur in diaspora, the sacrifice of doing advocacy or being an Uyghur is huge. For me and my family also, we have been suffering. Just 5 years ago, I was a mother and a professional person with successful career, working as the International Business Development Director in a company in Washington, D.C. But because of retaliation against me by the Chinese government for my activism in America as an American citizen, as part of China's transnational repression, taking my sister as a hostage, here I am. Now I'm a full-time activist. I quit my job and become a full-time activist. So it doesn't matter if I am being the only Uyghur woman who's invited to US President's State of the Union for last 3 consecutive times, or it doesn't matter if Campaign for Uyghurs, the organization I'm leading, initiated, led, and established the Congressional Uyghur Caucus just last month, or it doesn't matter where I go and how I advocate, because my heart is basically being held by the sufferings of my sister in the jail. But when the Chinese government took my sister to silence me, they undermine one thing, which they never understand, the power of love. The love I have for my sister, the love I have for my people, the love I have for the freedom and the democracy. So that's what refuels me every day to go onwards.
So the cost for me was 24 years in exile. When I left as a student. I didn't claim asylum. I stayed in UK with work permit. I had the opportunity, if I decided not to be active, but I knew the cost that I will never be able to return home, and that is the cost. And I know many of my friends in this room understand that pain, the cost that you don't. And the second, the worst painful moment was when the doctor told me that I had third-grade cancer, and they said, you need a family member to look after you. And they refused the visa, or not visa, refused the passport for any of my siblings. And that was a cost. I had to go through the chemotherapy on my own almost. My son was still doing his A-level at that time. And since I started being UK director of the World Uyghur Congress, taking activism full-time, after 6 years not heard about any news. April last year, I learned that my sister passed away in March last year. And the person who sent me this message insisted that I should never contact them. And I also learned my brother was in a camp. He was released because of health issues, serious health issues. And up until now, I really don't know what happened to any of my other siblings and my dear friends. So, but obviously this is quite common, not just me because I did what I did, but for being Uyghur. But like Rushan said, this thirst for justice that keeps us going, the duty, the sense of duty, we feel that for the people. Of course, first we think of our own loved ones, and then you also think of the wider community. And also being translator, interpreter, I translated the first-hand, the survivors, especially women. Yeah. And that also keeps me going. I feel that I have this duty to represent, because I also feel very fortunate, being in the country like UK, being supported by so many friends, allies, parliamentarians, and I was even invited to the Buckingham Palace to meet the King. So I feel very, very fortunate to have the opportunity. And so every morning I wake up, I feel it's worth fighting, worth living.
Thank you very much. Ramila, your turn.
Cost. My sanity, my well-being, my life, my sleep. I love my sleep. Living in Australia, down under, with the huge time difference to the rest of your, organizations, attending meetings. We start the World Uyghur Congress meeting at 11 o'clock in Adelaide time. We finish at 2 o'clock in the morning, and we need to attend, and we sit through all of it. So that is the cost of it, but the well-being and all that. Survivor's guilt, that's another guilt that is so real. I never understood what a survivor's guilt was until I live in the West. I have a voice, I can go to Parliament, I can talk about my people, I can talk about my cause. And yet I don't know where my cousins are. I don't know if they're alive, if they're dead, or if they've been disappeared. So I'm so lucky to be living in the West. So I need to use this platform. Because if I don't use this platform, my cousins and all your families and millions of Uyghurs have disappeared and have been ethnically cleansed. So that is the cost, but the reward outweighs, as little as it is, it definitely outweighs the cost to me and my life.
Thank you very much.
Well, I was actually going to say my personal life. The non-existence of it, basically. But I think, as all of my colleagues have shared, the greatest cost of this is, of course, our family members, their safety, their security, as they're used as hostages in response to our advocacy, our position, our outspoken position. So I think knowing that you're doing this work, advocating for your people, knowing that you're actually willingly putting the lives of your family members and relatives in danger is actually a great cost. And it's a great dilemma as well. But I think it's necessary because if we don't speak up, those who have voices, then who will? So I think it has, its downfalls, but I think we can turn it into something really powerful as well.
Thank you very much. And I would like also to thank very much the Women Camp Survivor. I know that some of them are in the room, and for their testimony, for their resilience. But I know, because I have discussed with many of them several times, that the cost for them is also very high. There is for their family, and I want you to applaud them very, very high, because their testimony is so important to let know what is ongoing on the camp. Okay. We stop. Yeah. One question.
Q&A.
How much? Well, yes.
Мен Қазақстандың, ассаламу алейкум сабдашлар, вақтыңларны көп алмаймын. Менің әйге ішім батмай, мұны көңілім шүнчелік, мұны отаған төтсіңдіңға шүнчелік құрсам болып, қыз аял беші білән әрде қыламайдыған ішланы қылып, біздің Uyghurның тарихи кірдіған қызлар. Мұнда қарсам бірі Ипарханға оқшайды. Мұнда қарсам бірі Майымханға оқшайды. Мұнда қарсам бірі Рызвангелге оқшайды. Мұнда қарсам бірі Мазыдыңға оқшайды. Мен мұнысыңаларым білән пәқірлінімін. Құдайым Алла Тағала сәнің тансалеметлігіңлерін зор қылсын. Балжақаңларның аманшылығын көріңлер. Hammasınlar yaxşı bolsun. Milletimiz için tekmi çoğuşlarını kılsınlarga ben dileymen. Ben senin aldığınlarda peşimleydimen. Rahmet sizlerge. Rahmet.
I don't have any other question because I didn't understand, but I can imagine what he said, and I think we have to stay on so wonderful statement. I just want to add, thank you very much, because when I started, when you asked me to moderate this panel, it was quite challenging because you are so wonderful and strong women, and thank you very much to answer so honestly to my question and to have shown how you are really heroine, strong with weaknesses, with a cost, and you are an example for your community, and can call all the Uyghur women to join them because, you know, you are very strong activists and you deserve to have to be on the top of the activists of the Uyghur community. Thank you very much.
Mayra, kelin. Mayra, Zubayra, Kalbur, yes. Baktur. Yes. Bizden kahraman ayallarımız yalnız söylemez. Yani birkaç kahraman ayallarını ben seni teklif kıldım. Yıllardan bu yanmışı davanı birlik kılatkan şularını teklif kıldım. Merhamet. Ama sizin çıkın.
Kerem çıkasın.
Çıkınlar.
Kerem çıkasın.
Kimler? Yana Gülmeye Avustralya'nın kilim.
Kerem.
Mukerrem. Gülbahar Sırlım.
Kazakistan'dakiler.
Aygül Dılnare. Medinay. Uykem. Çıkınlar. Sizin Uygur ayarlarının gücüne hepimiz bilişimiz gerek. Herkes. Hatta çıkmalı. Evet oluyor. Ayarlı orta davası ben çıktım brava.
Reis, Mayra ise kaldı.
Mayra yok değil mi? Okey. Yani ismi çıkmaganlığa boş mümkün eğer unutup kalsak. Muşlarının hepsi yıllardan bu yan dünyanın hem tarafında ya tamam. Zümrüt. Kırgızistan'daki gel Zümrüt. Buyurun. Hakem. Demek Muşlar yıllardan bu yan dünyanın hem tarafında her xil cefalarga chidab, her xil haqoratlarga chidab, her xil bo'xtonlarga chidab, maydin tushtirib, o'g'il o'g'lidan bu kuchli şekilde irodasini o'tirib qo'yib, mush da'vat qilib keldi. Sizlarga mana millatimizdan haqiqiy qalb so'zini mushu Qozog'istondan kelgan akimiz hech kim ifodalayolmaydigan shaklda ifodaladi. Mushu sizlarning natijalar, sizlar bilan g'ururlanamiz, sizlar bilan faxrlanamiz. Muborak bo'lsin. Rahmat. This is the power of Uyghur.
Bizim uç kahraman ayarlarımız vakalatan men sizler meşhur doğan barlık er kıyırdaşlarına rahmet etme. Sizler bu musanlar bizim sadık erlerimiz, sadık oğullarımız, bizim en yönetilik işçiken, bizim en çıdamcan erlerimiz bizim aklımıza tahtımıza biz bunda bulamayız. Bu insanlar da bulsun.
Rahmet, rahmet. Bana yeni değil, sporttan yeni bir kahraman kızımız. Aldık kelime. Demek oldu 40 yıldan yakın kılabı kıvattan, ahir 2 yıldan yakın kılabı kıvattan Mia. Please join us. Impossible Kelly, Uyghur supporter.
Where's Kelly?
Yes.
Actually, all the women join us.
Laura Hart, all women, please take the stage, yes. Ben de bütün dünyanın her birine gelen ayol hanımlar senin gibi merhamet bir görev koysun. Aynı hanım
atalar, akalar, xonimlar, qizlar, bizning nozug'imiz sifat nozik xonimlarimiz, Rizvangul sifat bahodir yigitdek qizlarimiz Uyg'ur davosini xalqaroda anglitishda alayda kuch chiqaryotdi. Ham davomli biz kuchimizni ko'rsatishga tirishimiz. Buning haqida xuddi O'zbek do'stimiz degandek, shu tog'dek turpagan otalarimizga, duo qilayotgan akalarimizga biz bahada singlim, xonim, oldinglarga meninglar to'xtab qolmanglar degan shu aka, apa, sabdoshlarimizga samimiy rahmatimizni bildirib, men egilib ta'zim qilaman, qarindoshlarim. Rahmat.
To'xtab turinglar. Bizning yana bir qahramon xonimiz kanallarga kelgan, bizning o'tirak inqilobimiz Tuyg'unning oqsi miqtab turib kelgan qahramon bir qizimiz singlimiz chiqmay qolibdi. Marhamat, chiqinglar sizlar. Avstraliyadan kelgan xonimlar, chiqinglar.
Hazırımda qurultayının 20. yıllıqı üçün tayarlanmaz bir qancha köngül soğatmalarga, şuna bu partisiga bizning reisimiz Dolqun İsa bilan bizning fond reis müdürimiz Cilil Karim Efendini sahneye taklif qilaman.
Assalamu alaikum hanımlar, efendiler. Programımızın en güzel, en ehemmiyetli kısmına geldik. Şunun için talada ki hemen eklisin. Bomuzu bunu hayat göremeydi. 2 minut vakit var, hemen eklisin. 2 minut. Yıllarca mekesler. Hemen la, yerinlerde yaş oturunlar. Öldürüp ağırlar, yerik ettinler, aldı oturvelinler yakısı. Yaş çoğup bağırlar baki hakkıda. Ki bilin ağırıp kalıdı. Taladikine hemen eklisin. Çok küçük kariyaş hemen kirsin. Yes. Now we are coming very last, very important part of the program today. Of course, our program continue tomorrow. Bugünkü programımızdan en ahirki başlıca geldik. Ama umum programımız. Evet, devam kıldı. Bugün tercüme meselesi de sizlerden bu sorayımız. Tercüme meselemizde biz məxsuslar üçün yeni aparatlarını yapırsak, işengen taqqa qarlar yığıptı, kiyik yatmaptı degендek болып kelib, bəzən yaxşı çıxıb, bəzən yaxşı çıxma işlerini qıynap koydu. Şununla ədə programımızda tamamen Uyghur çıkılımız, Uyghur düşenmeydiğinlerini biraz kıynayımız ədə. Biz her zaman adalet, kampung çıkıp gelgen. Şununla bugünkü programımızda today some translation problem. So sometimes very well, sometimes technical problem. So tomorrow we continue. Tomorrow program is only Uyghurs. Who doesn't understand Uyghurs, you will have a problem tomorrow. Yeah. Şununla da hazır biz bugün Qurultiyimizin 20 yıllık programımızı güzel şekilde ötküzüp geldik. Qurultayının 20 yıldır neye kelgenliğini biz özümüzün halkıdan, özümüzün küzetküçlerinden emas, başka milletlerden, başka qeyrindaş dostlardan başka devletlerden kelgen mütehassislerden anladık. 2004 yılı cık devletlerde Uygur teşkilatları yoktu. Kurultay programında. Dünya kurultayı vattı, yaşlar kurultayı vattı, Avrupa'nın cık devletleri teşkilatları tek kurulmagan, Amerika, Kanadalarda teşkilatlar yeni kurulgan, Türkiye'den başka garip devletlerde teşkilatlarımızın sadece emezdi. 11 devletten vekiller gelip 26 vekil bilen Dünya kurultayı kurulgan. Biz 2021 yılki vaktimizde dünyanın hem bir yerde pandemik buluşup aramayı sandık koyup durup saylam kılıp 207 nefer adamını sandıktan çıkıp saylam ötkazdı. Ve 93 kandidat vekil bulup 300'den artık vekil bilen biz 7. kurultayımızı açtık. Demek ötken 20 yılın içinde bu san 26'dan 260 ve yaklaşık 300'e yakın bir derece geldi. Bu san limini gösterdi. San belki süper üzgüçlüğün kendine çıktı. Bugün biz dünyanın nurgun, belki bugün töneki abiyetin gelip sözlep gitti. Burun Anglia'nın ministri olan kişi ve Anglia parlamentoda Uygur erkek kırgınçılığını kabul kılışka rol oynayan bir kişi ve Xitay hükümeti ceza ilan kılan bir kişi. Duncan Smith. Geldi, sözler Anglia gitti. Nime? Bu teşkilatın hürmeti, silahının hürmetinden çünkü geldi. Tönegin, Frank'tin, Çek'tin, Germanya'dan, Amerika'nın nimelerden kilip, görüp, patlaşıp gitti. Kilip ettiğiniz gibi keşketken oldu. Demek, bir yerge Uygurlarda miman çakasanlı mı? Ama miman çaklıkta bağmaydı. Kim çakadı? Berişk erzimdi o. Çünkü bu kelgen insanlar küçük insanlığım emez. Biz de bir yapma koy öldürüp ekilenmeyiz derim. İnsanlar. Demek teşkilatımız bir şey geldi. Hem de üşerlerde bir şeyler kelgen vaktimizde özgüdün kemmidi bu. Bunun akısı sizlerle okşaydığa. Kazakistan, Kırgızistan, Özbekistan, Türkiye, dünyanın hem yerinde, Avustralya'da, Japonya'da, Kanada, Amerika'da, Germanya'da, Avrupa'nın her kayısı devletlerdi ki sizlerle okşaydığa ve bir kilenmeye der sebeptikin kerindaşlarımızdan maddi ve manevi kollaşları bizim işlerine geldi. Bizim işlerine geldi. Dünya kurultayı bugün terak kılıp özümüz ağan yerimizde patlıqallığımız için bir yerlerini kiralayıp yığın içvatımız. Şunun bir yerde bütün bu münasebetler dünyanın hem yerden hazırlıca Dünya kurultayını maddi ve manevi fikri cihetten kollap gelgen, biz bilen bir septi olup gelgen bütün vatandaşlara yeni bir katim rahmet eytimen, bulan nek meydanın bir lotudu, bütün dünyadaki biz de kolluğun insanlara salam olsun, hürmet olsun. Very summarize, explain what I'm saying. I would like to thank my deep inspiration to the Uyghur community around the world. World Uyghur Congress established 2004 from 26 delegates. Now it's 200, more than 200. This time we have more than 350 people. So just I would like to express my sincerely grateful to the all Uyghur community from the whole country who helped us for the financially and ideally and the moral also. This is my very short conclusion. Hem de bir yerde yakında haberlaba biz Dünya kurultayını bir mukum mülkü boğan. Bizden keyinki rehberlerimizge kaldırıp ketadigan bir eseri bolsun deb Dünya kurultayı bir program ilan kılan top ötken yıl 3. ayda, bu yıl 3. ayda bir yılın içinde bu programın muvaffakiyeti tamamlap Dünya kurultayının bir merkezi işhanısını ve Uygur merkezini kuruş programımızda muvaffakiyeti tamamladı. Bununla Germanya'dan, Avustralya'dan, Amerika'dan, Japonya'dan, Avrupa'nın harika devletlerinden, Türkiye'den, her yerden vatandaşlarımız naydi merkez bilen yardım kıldı. Şununla biz bir yıl yetmegen içinde özümüzden bir mülküne iyi olduk. Bu münasebetlerden bir yerde boğan bütün dünyadaki kardeşlerimizle yana bir qatam alayda rahmat aytaman. Bir ularni alqishlaytaylik. So last year March we start one campaign. We are asking to the Uyghur community to help us. We should have our own property, we should have our own office or our own center. Within 1 year, we are fundraising, we got support from the Uyghur community. Within exactly 1 year, we didn't get the credit from the bank. 1 year we raised 1,200,000 euro. Then, yeah, 1,200,000 euro fundraising. And just within 1 year, we bought our office or location. So I thank to the all the committee. Hem de bir yerde bizden muşu yardım kılan erkek devletlerdeki kırımdaşlarımızga verdiğin küçük bir hediyemiz var. Yıllarca bana bir sallarını besler. Bizge Avustralya'dan, Germanya'dan kalsa en cık yardım kegeye Avustralya. Şununla Avustralya'dan bu yardımga bir kegen nurgun kırdaşlarımız var. Ve seni gibi çıksanlar, cüret aptikirim efendim. Cüret aptikirim. Buyurun. Gelin. Çıkın. Avustralya Uyghur Cemiyetimizin reisi Mehmet Ubul. Merhamet. Bizim aktif olacağım. Dünyaya bunun. Kılalar. Adlaşın Dılzat. Bağlı Osman Bey'e kelimeye hep kaldı mevzu burundan. Evet. Ramile Hanım. Çıkınlar. Mehmet Çelepçi Bey. So we got strong support from the Australia community. Australia community raising 122,000 Australian dollar. It is in 75 million euro. This is the guy, becomes very small, very meaningful gift for them. Bahtiyar Bora efendim, buyurun. Okay. Sizlerden bir deydiğe yürek söz var mı?
Bunun başka bu da, bu çocuğun yana...
Bu değil değil.
Tamam.
Assalamu alaikum aziz vatandaşlar. Bugün bizge çoğun bir soğuk oldu bu. Bulup mu bugün şu Avustralya animle Dünya Uyghur Qurultiyinin 20 yıllık hatırı günü de bundan bir mukavvatı erişiş biz için bir şeref. Aldığından bizim şu şerefki erişişke müyesser kılan Dünya Uyghur Qurultiyinin reisi Dolkun Aysa başlayıp barlık kurultay rehberlerine şu Avustralya'daki barlık cemaatimiz vakaleten olaydı rahmetini bildirme, muşularının şan şerifli muşularının kılan izlerinin neticesiyle bugün biz bana bu mükafata eriştik. Yana bizden şu Avustralya'da bizden şu Dünya Uyghur Qurultiyini qo'llab, Dünya Uyghur Qurultiyiga maddi, manevi jihatdan yordam qilgan barliq qarindoshlarimizga alohida rahmatini bildirma. Buning ichida biz keladiganlarimiz bu, keladiganlarimiz qilib qoldi. Biz şu Dünya Uyghur Qurultiyining markaziy ishxonasini seçilish uchun Dolqun Aysa degandek $21,000 121,000 Avustralya dollarına çıkıp evettik. Onun da müşahede ustalarla mavi kardeşlerimiz asasen bizde 3 şehir var. 3 şehirde 3 teşkilat var. Bizden Sydney şəhərdə Avstraliya Uyghur cəmiyyəti var. Onun rəisi mana şu altın tuğab qarindişimiz Mehmet Ubun. Ondan keyin Adelaide'da yeni bir cəmiyyətimiz var. Tağırtaq Ayallar uyuşması. Onun rəisi mana bu sınırımız Ramile Çaniçu. Yeni bir qarindişimiz kelenmeye kaldı. Alim Osman. O Victoria Uyghur cəmiyyətinin rəisi. Şu reislerimizden bizge yakından yardımcı olup bularının kılan iş izlerini bizden şu Avustralya'da ilan kılıp mesaj kıptırıp halkımızı kozgap bizge bugünkü muşu şeretini alıdığan muşu fırsatını yarattı. Şu açıdan ben aldığım 3 reisimizge alaydı rahmetini bildirme. Bulara alaydı rahmet. Ondan başka yana bizden 3 şehirde 3 muşu Dünya Uyghur Qurultayı'ndan fonduğu mesul qarindaşlarımız var. Bizden Sydney'de sınırımız sınırımız Gülmeyre Zunun sınırımız bu Sydney'e mesul Sydney'nin fonduğu Adelaide'da benim bu ilimiz zat İmiyan mesul Victoria'ya yani Melbourne'ga Alım Osman o kilenler kaldı. O 3 qarindaşımız. Bularning mı fedakarlığı zor. Şuna bugün yeni sıradan aldığınlarda bularga alaydı rahmetini bildirmem. Yeni bir narsa zaten kimse bilmaydı. Bu ketim biz şu Dünya Uyghur Qurultayı'ga $120,000 çıkış jarayonida bu alaydı fedakarlık kesetkenler. Bunun bu sınırımdaki bir bilmesen bulmaydı. Sınırım $10,000 çıkarmay, $10,000 vermem de özünden zinnetlerini seçip durup $10,000 kıttırıp bizge Mana bu ilim, şu Dünya Uyghur Qurultayı'nın reisi çağırıp kıgandan keyin özünün bir neçe ağıylarını jığıp durup iş ilip, aşı işteki bütün paydını bu Dünya Uyghur Qurultayı ilanı kılanlar bu da. Yani bir Alım Osman dedim, Alım Osman kilenmeye kaldı. O qarindişimiz mi? Victoria'daki qarindaşlarımızı seferber keltiriş için özü yeniden $30,000 çıkarıp derdim kılan. O qarindişimizin bir artışı verirken ondan başka yeni bir narsa var. Bunu demesem bulmaydı ki. Bizden Sydney'de çoğunlar meşrifimiz bir meşrifimiz var. Bəxtiyar Mümtaz ondan bildi. O meşrifimizde şu cemiyetin siyasi, səhnisi, bütün nərsini biz aşı meşrifide itibarımız. Bu cemiyetteki asas işleri meşrifde müzakere kılınıp ondan keyin cemiyet becerimiz. Anda o Sydney'nin meşrifimizden gepini kılışımdaki məqsəd şu işlerin hemisi de bizden meşrif aldık orunda turup geldi. Mesela Muşkat'ın dolkunundaki çakırığa meşreftin özüdülla $10,000'dan begen 3 qarindişimiz var. Sultan Barney'de Sultan qarindişimizden $10,000'dan begen qarindişimizden birisi. Mehmet Çeletçi qarindişimiz var, bana $10,000 begen qarindişimizden birisi. Yani birisi var onun sizin bilmeyin. Çıkıp 3 qarindişimiz $10,000 verdi. Meşreftin özüdülla $40,000'a yakın pul çıkıldı. Şuna biz Avustralya'dan $121,000'ını evet aldık. Bu ketimde yana Qurultayının remote işlerine, yani şu merkez işgalinin remote işlerine azırak pul kendini dikenlikte. Dikenlikte yana şu 3 şeyden, yani meşrefimizde yana $10,000'a yakın pul çıkıldı. 3 şehirden $27,000 çıkıp, akılep, hanım ağabey. Ondan da başka bir destekleyen kırmızılarımız ama yanlış diyelim şeyler altaylanan pulu var. Bunun endişe kırmızıları. Şu Dünya Uyghur Qurultayının reisininki fidakarlığı bu atkan hürmet. Bunun linki bütün de fidakarlık olsa, bizim Avustralya'dan yana nurgun yerden kilitli bu insanlar bu. Ahırda deylerine bizden Avustralya'ya
Rahmet. Alkış ya. Çok rahmet. Hazır hem de bunda güzel hediyenin ki çokum bir nakşanımı sakınmaydı. Oya, gel. 20 Qurultayının 20 yıllık atap etilgan bir nakşı var bir anlaydı. One song just for the World Uyghur Congress 20th anniversary. Just music, not video. Look at me, don't hear.
Uyghur'un köp tartkan azap cafası
toy degan manda oldu. Endi yana bizga yardımdan ayırmagan devletlerden qarindoshlarimiz var. Kanadadan bizning bu merkezli erişimizga Kanada Şarkı Türkistan Cemiyeti baş bulup Kanada yurttaşlarımız 38.265 Kanada doları bu 25.646 euro oldu iken ulavette Kanada Şarkı Türkistan Cemiyeti'nin reisi Şevket İmam, sabık reisi Tuygun, Mukarrem Kurban, sizlerine senlik teklifiniz. Merhamet. Şevket yok mu? Now, I would like to introduce second big donor for the Uyghur centers, Canada, Uyghur community from Canada. Now is Şevket İmam, president of the Canada Turkestan Association and the former president. Mehmet Tokti, Erkin Hacim, Kilim. Kayyum from Canada. This all, yes. They have a contribution to the Uyghur Center and the World Congress Office, 38,265 Canadian dollar. It is 25,000 euro. Bir alkış söyleyin, rahmet. Uyghur merkeziga özünün maddi yardımını aşağı yurttaşlardan yig'ib qavatdi. Ko'p rahmat, reis. 1 minut yaptı. Hala 100 ming avatibdi, 10 minut, sen onun yarmini avatdin 1 minut.
Assalamu alaykum, ko'pchilik bugungi o'sha Dünya Uyghur Qurultayı'nın 20 yıllık toyuğa bir şeyge dünyanınki her qaysi yerlerden kelgen bu yıkı bizninki vatanın hoşisi Kazakistan, Kırgızistan, Özbekistan, bu tarafı Avustralya, bu taraf Japonya, bu şunda jahliyalardan özanlarınki vaktini, iktisadını çıkarıp Meşege kadem teşrif kılıp bugün Muşu Dünya Uyghur Qurultayı'nınki 20 yıllık münasebetiyle meşedemimiz birlikte bunu nayet kızgın tebrikledik. Hemmimiz nayet hoş bulduk. Dünya Uyghur Qurultayı'nın 20 yıl cereyanında elip bağlan hizmetlerden dokladlarını alındık. Hemmimiz tesirlendik. Bolup mu benimki en tesirlendiğim yukarıda hanımlarımızdınki bu dava sepide kılıvatkan hizmetlerini dokulat kılış jarayonida hakikaten tesirlendim. Yalnız buraya kelgen bu hanım kızlarımızla emas, ak septe nurgun hizmet kılıvatkan, bu faaliyet kilenmegen nurgun hanım kızlarımız var. Şulağa müşahidin hemisiga muş köpçülükün namında biz salam versek. Rahmet.
Hürmetli dostlar, bu reisninki sahnede bu bizim iyan qilgan pulimizni deydiganligini bilgan bo'lsam, mashinamni setib qo'shib kerakdir.
Aşina bo'lganmiz, yana bitta yig'inachima. Merhaba, rahmat sizlarga. Endi Turkiyadan bizga 24.275 Amerika dollari, bu takriben 21.000 euro pul Türkiye qarindoshlarımızga keldi. Begimen bizning Dünya Uyghur Qurultayı Vakfı reisi Abdurashid Abdulhamidni, Abdüşelil Turan efendimni, Seyfullah Pamir efendilerini senlik teklif kılın. Merhamet. Çapkan da. Sen 1 minut.
Assalamu alaikum. Hürmetli dostlar. Bu qurultayınki işxanası ve Uyghur merkezininki setivelinişide azırak bosma bir töpümüz boğanlığı için nayeti özümüzle hoşalgısı kılımız. İnşallah kelgüsüde vatanımız, milletimiz için texmo köp hizmetlerninki kılınışıga vesile bula. Bizge yardım kılgan, bir yerge kilenmegen barlık kıyındaşlarımızdan hemisi bir yerden köp. Rahmet eytime. Abdülmet.
Kim pul vergeni ben bilimi geçiyorum.
Hem onlarını salamlayına rahmet.
Çok rahmet. Türkiye'de bayramımız cep. Ben de az olsun ben bu işini gelip tutayım. Rahmet. Bir al. Hem de bizden Kazakistan, Kırgızistan'dan bizge bu merkez için yaxşı yardımda buldu. Biz pul bekçi, şunu sanı demeyimiz ama adamlar bekçi fikrimiz. Kırgızistan'dan Rozmevet Hacım senlik merhamet, Dilmurat Akbarov, Eskar, Zumrat Rozi, Tursunay Kazmova, senlik merhamet çıkınlar. Onun deyken Kazakistan'dan Kahraman Hocambedi, Erkin Ahmedov, Abdurşit Turdi, Tursuncan Saitov, senige sizlerine merhamet.
Uyg'urning tortgan azab jafasi kelgan ana tafasi Uyg'urning tortgan azab jafasi buyurun aşar ko'rgan ana tafasi yigirma yil davomida biz bilan ayon bo'ldi olamga shu davosi
Kırgızistan'dakiler küçülen hediyemiz Kazakistan takdim edilir. Kazakistan, Kırgızistan'dan toplam bizge dayıcık yerden geldi. Rahmet. Çünkü televizyonda bakalım. Televizyonda. Kazakistan, Kırgızistan'dakileri taştırmaz. Altın kısa güreş kotudu. Medeniyetimizni, tilimizni bizdek namayış kılanmagan bilen, yığınlarını açanmagan bilen ama aşağıda Uygur'un royunu yaşatıp bizge her zaman manevi uzak turudu. Şehir naylayla verip yigit başları bilen bu davanın yani bizden aklımızdaki en güçlü tayancımız okuyordu. Şunun için sizlerden hemmenlere egizlep salam. Rahmet ekmen, kahramanca yerim.
Assalamu alaikum aziz qarindoshlar. Hammalarni yana bir qatim Dünya Uyghur Qurultayının 20 yıllık bilan tabriklayman. Ko'rdinglar qanday bosqich besib ketdi. Kelgusiga mushu qurultayni qo'llaydigan umuman bugungi kunki zamonaviy chet eldagi Uyg'ur milliy ozod harakatiga muvaffaqiyatlik, g'alabiyatlik, tez ilgirishni tilayman. Allohdan shuni so'rayman. Hammanglarga salomatlik. Mushu cho'ng voqealar yuz beryapti. Eng cho'ngi albatta Dünya Uyghur Qurultayının qarorgohining tikilishi va Avrupa'nın merkezinde Uyghur merkezinin tikilişi. Hammalarga yana bir qatim rahmat, salomatlik.
Rahmat. Rozmevet Hacım, sizin Kırgızistan'da yer bulur.
Assalamu alaikum aziz qarindoshlar, hurmatli sabdoshlar. Yana albatta so'zlasak so'zlaymiz. Biroq qisqachalamanda. Yaşasın Dünya Uyghur Qurultayı. Yaşasın Uyg'urlar. Yaşasın rahbarlarga bütün bariga tan salomatlik. Harakatni bütün kuchiga yetaylik.
Rahmat. Thank you. This is the representative from Kazakhstan and the Kyrgyzstan. Thank you. Rahmat. Endi bizga Amerika'dan yardımla geldi. Amerika'dan toplam 16.730 Amerika doları. Bütün vermekte bunu. Ya 20.000 vermekte. Şundan olsun rahmet. Amerika'dan bu iş çıkaran bizden akalarımız, dostlarımız da Doktor Erkin Sidek, merhamet, gelin. Rişat Abbas, Ömer Kanat, Mütellim Kurban, sen iyi çıkın lan. Samet Avut. Zübeyre Şemşidin. Amerika'da bu işe en çok çıkan bu şu Doktor Erkin Sidek. Hakkınız bol değil, merhamet. Sizin o yerim.
Biz 40 yıl olduk.
Rahmet, Amerika'daki yurttaşlarımız her zaman davanın aldıkçı bir de fidakarlıkına hizmet kotudu. Bizden şunda turup mu, Amerika'nın nurgun faaliyetler var. Şunda turup mu, bizge yana $16.700 pulunu eşilip evet geldiğinizi bizim için çok ganimet. Rahmet size, merhaba. Hem de bizge Şvitsariyadan 7.493 euro, yani 7.000 euro yardım geldi. Yani adamlar pek az. Bütün Şvitsariyadaki aile cuglusa 30 ya 40 aile çıktı. Şunda olsun mu? Bunlar 100 küçük olsun mu? Çok gayret kıldı. Bir aga bizim Şvitsariya Uyghur Cemiyeti'nin reisi Andrei efendimle Rızanay hanımla sabık reisi Azık Reis'in sahnek merhamet. Merhamet. Şunun bilan birga yana biroqlan bir qancha davlatnikini biz ataymiz, az pul olgan ekan. Gollandiyadan bizga 6.050 euro keldi. Demiş 50 euro bilmedim ya, 6 mingdan boshlanibdi. Baxtiyor Nasir, Odiljon Abdukerim, Qalbnur Sidek, Abduvahab, ha? Merhamet senga. Nicat efendim. Nicat efendim. Senga merhamet. Gollandiya'dan Uyghur merkezinin elinişine 6.050 ama bitip boğandan keyinki remont işlerine 10.000 euro. Birildi şuna 16.000 euro. Bulağı fakat rahmet deyikemiz. Çünkü miktarı 10.000 euro'nun az boğanlığı fakat çavak görmüşke. Rahmet.
Assalomu alaykum ko'pchiliklar. Yana bir gapni to'lqindan xabari yo'q. Gollandiya Uyg'ur mashrifining azroq bir ko'ngilni taqdim qildi. Az bo'lsa 700 euro.
Rahmat. 750 bo'lib ketgan bo'lsa. Rahmat unda olsa. Allah razı olsun arkadaşlardan. Hem de ahırda yüzü uzakta ama bizge bu meselede çok küçüğen yani bir devletimiz var. Onu Japonya. Japonya'da bizge 23.000 dolar. Yani 22.964 dolar. Bütün devletimden 23.000 Amerika doları. 21.000 euro oldu iken bizge yardım kıldı. Bunun için biz bu teşkilatımızın muavin reisi Saud Mahmud'ni, Gayret Kencini, Abdükerim Abdurrahman'ni, muhtarlarını sen tek kulun. Merhamet. Zia from Japan. Zia contribute to $23,000 for the voter. G'olib Bijit. G'olib davomli qo'sh oxiri qoladi. Qani. Ko'p rahmat. Qani siz yerim bunu.
Assalomu alaykum qarindoshlar. Biz Sharq Turkiston milliy davosida liderlik rol o'ynayotgan Dunyo Uyghur qurultiyi bilan birga hamkorlashib mush da'vat qilib bo'lganimizga faxrlanamiz. Bakçık yordam qilamiz. Bundan keyin meni hamkorlashmoqmiz. Ko'pchilik rahmat.
Çok rahmet sizlerge. Uzundan geldinler, Yaponia'da geldiniz. Biz de 10. ayda Uyghur munbirini xalqaro parlamentda yig'inlashdik. Şu vaqtda muşla Yaponiya Uyghur cemiyeti muş qarindoshlarimiz kechikini kunduz ulab, g'oyat zo'r bir tirishchilik ko'rsatdi. Yani Uyghur tarixida az ko'rilgan şekilde hayvatlik bir yig'inni biz Yaponiya parlamentida o'tkazdik. Şu munosabatda hammalarga yana bir qatim salom. Rahmat. Yana bizning merkezimizga yordam qilgan davlatlar var. Bularning ismini atab davlatlarni o'tab ketamiz. Chunki saniki chiqardagi bavidi ular. Tijorat bo'lib qoldi. Norvegiya 5700 euro. Rahmat, alqish. Angliya 2950 euro. Alqish. Saudiya Arabiston 2800 euro. Alqish. Şvetsiya 2895 euro. Rahmat. Belgiya 2950 euro. Fransiya 1000 euro. Bularga rahmat. Endi Germaniyadagi yurtdoshlarga ko'p rahmat. Germaniyadagi yurtdoshlar toplam bu nima uchun 280.000 euro, yani 350.000 dolar bu Germaniyadagi yurtdoshlar yordam qildi. Onun başka Türk cemaatçiliğinden. Bu iki kardeşimiz keçi gündüz bağımıgan miçit kammidi Germaniyada. Kımıgan dua kammidi. Çünkü bularını damıldan bu kadar pek kötüdük ya rast öttü. Herhal yığalıdı. Şurada yürüp Muşuk kardeşlerimizin fidakarlığıyla biz bu merkezimizi sefer aldık. Bular hakikaten çok hizmet kıldı. Germaniyadaki bu işkelen beğenemese, bütün Germaniyadaki yurttaşlara vakalten işkelengi bu mukafatını veririz. Rahmet size.
Muşu Germaniyadaki qarindoshlarımızın bunda buyuruşu reisimizinki fidakarlığının sebebini kögellikten ular təsirini bititmedi. Özü muşu pulga 55.000 euro oturga taşlagan muşu kompaniyanın aşağı başlagan bolganlığı için kalan qarindoshlarımız bedi. Evvel reisimiz başlayıp bütün muşu Germaniyada yaşayatkan qarindoshlarga alayda rahmetini aytmaya rahmet. Doğru, mağma rahmet.
Bizge yıllardan bu yan milli davayımızga, qurultayga qilgan bugün Xitoy medeniyet qirg'inchilik qilib beryotir. Erkiy qirg'inchilik qilib beryotir. Bütün kitaplarımızı ko'ydiryotir, yo'q qilib etib bordi. Chet elda Uyghur g'ayri rasmiy Uyghur kitapxonasini ochgan, Teklemakan Uyghur nashriyatini qurib, hozirgacha vatanda tap qilib bo'lmaydigan kitaplarni nashr qilish bilan bu bir xazinani saqlab qolgan bir pidakar septişimiz, dostumuz var. O bozumu Celil Turan, ne kendi. Books. Today, Chinese government burning a lot of books. You cannot find, but he saved the Uyghur country, Uyghur book, everything. So we have small gift. Bunun da bu kişiye kan hizmetleri için alaylı bir soğumuz var. Rahmet sizlere, milletini unutulmaydı. Bu hizmet gayet zor hizmet. Rahmet. Rahmet. Endi yana biz rahmet eriştiydik. Yana bir kahraman septişimiz var. Birisler mınlıgan, 10 mınlıgan insanlarımız Xitay zulümünden kaçıp çetelleri icraat kıldı. Herkes oğansak beni kutuldurup algan diyen geplerden oygunumuz. Muşna bir vaktimizde neçe yıllık yaparlık hizmetleri bilen hemmimizde Uygur tarihinde bir yeni seyit başkan keşfilattan Uygurlarga panaldığan bir makan tapkan bunun için keç gündüz her xil hakaretlerge berdaşlık verip dağıtılıkla aşı işte vücut çıkargan bir kahraman saptışımız var. Bunu bir yerde mukatbatlamayı turamayız. Dostumuz Mehmet Tokya. Merhaba. Bu konuyu kendimiz için bizden sabit reisimiz Erkin Altıtekin demiş yani gibi taktiksam hap olmayayım şey gibi çıkıp dersiniz Erkin'ka. Eğer ben uzak ketmiş çağırıp yılında ben uzak kes kepok tutamız. Hakikaten gayet zor bir iş. 10 bin Uygur'unu kutulduruş görüşü bu. 10 bin bunun belki devam edildi. Resmi başlandı. Şununla bu yerde Mehmet dostum yok yapatattın millet seni mengü esleydi, mengü kadirleydi. Uygur tarihinde bir yeni sayfa açtın. Sana çok rahmet. Bu politikayımız için ben bizim dostumuz komisyoner Nuri Türker'in seni teklif ettim. Merhaba. Mehmet Tokti, who is the guy who educated M62 10,000 Uyghur refugees resettlement program to the Canada? Yeah, thank you so much.
Kanada Göçmenler Ministerliği'nin torbetide M62'de məxsus bir közlek içilip bütün materyallar yükülüvatıdı. Hazır hem de 15 karınmışımız işlevatıdı. Ötken düşenbe günü Kanada hükümeti 15 karındaşlarımızın bir yıllık maaş için $1 milyon teşkilatı bizi tasdiqledi. Bu haberimiz verip. Ötken cemiyetlerden başlap şu işlegen karındaşlarımızın maaşını verişti. Çok kıynalıp. Çünkü ayda $3,300 maaş versem 8 karındaşımız ayda $26,000. Hazırlıkça $264,000 maaş verilip oldu. Bu puldan $30,000 Amerika'dan bir iyanı veren geldi. $125,000 Amerika'daki bir organ. Sizlerge yardım kılaylı deyip özleri teklif kılıp verdi. Aralıkta $40,000 diye bir organ verdi. Şuna kılıp şu maaşını hazırlıkça berip geldik. Xudayım birisi endi hazır kelar yillik plan üçün bu qarindoshlarimizni bir Kanadaga kelgandan keyin bularni o'rinlashtirish uchun 15 milyon dollarga maxsus bir fond iltimos qildik. Kelar yildan boshlab bu ish texnik kengayib bu qarindoshlarning psixologiyalik yordam, bularni o'rinlashtirish hamma narsada sistemli qilamiz. Okay, thank you. This is great honor. Just a brief information. Immigration Canada has opened the official portal called M62. That's the portal we upload the file of all applicants. And the government of Canada also assigned 13 immigration officers just to look into the case of the Uyghur refugees. So it is ongoing. The first batch of arrivals expected around at the end of July this year. And also, this Monday, Immigration Canada we signed one grant contribution agreement. So they decided to provide $1 million to our organization to pay the salary of the staff, just to processing this file. And the next year, we are going to apply for settlement part of it, and it will be around $15 million project, and the government of Canada is considering to provide that fund as well. Thank you. Thank you.
Endi programımızdan yeni bir kısmına geldik. Endi biz qurultayga davaga xizmat etganlarga bo'lgan qalbimizni ifoda qildik. Endi dunyoning hamma qaysi joylaridan Dünya qurultiyining 20 yillik to'yiga atab kelgan ko'ngil sovg'atlari bor ekan. Shularning sovg'itini qabul qilamiz. Qaysi öğrendin hazır? Kazakistan. Almatar'dan kelgenler, sokakta kelgenler çıkınlar. Çakara ev olaydı. Hürmetlik Erkin Altıkin akımızga ve şu kurultayını en ileri devirde kudretlik bir sahibi sergilip her kararda 11 halkara subjektta daima siyasetine ırkı kırgınçılık, insaniyet karşı cinayet de karar ağızgan bugün günde her kararda tonuvatkan, yitilatkan siyasyon dolkun esanda Kazakistan halkının namıdan bir adli soğullarımız var. Tutmuş kurultayının başkaraklarına şunu takdim kılışka fırsat kılınlar. Hoş.
Boyumuzga. Gelin. Bunda bir tukallarda ağırlar söylerse rahmi çıktık buraya. Rahmi çıktık şu mu? Ben turdu bu. Uygur'un belge bile sen Uygur'un belgesi aksızım çıkarak veriyor.
Şagirdler bilen ularda kandan çayçısını getirmence olacak.
Devam.
Sözleyme. Yarın biz bugün sözlemey, yetmeyimiz. Bugün biz özümüzün için dilimizden soğulanı əgəl bu, yana körüvatqan kapaqlarını körüvatsa, bizim Qazaxstanның xalqı o nayt mehriban, meymandoz, hem de ruhi baylığımızını saqlab qayvatqan xalq. Muşu kapaqlarını abdi dep köməklar. Çünki bu ne? Muşu yazılarda yaşavatqan Uyghur şiverleri muşunu yasap bizge ülgerdip, soğuqlub silərə əvətdi. Yani bundan başka bir tonu nanını yıkıp hanım kızları şu silərə soğuqlub əvətdi. O silərə sınavadıdı. Hem yani bizdeki Kazakistan'da batırlarımız, generallarımız, kahramanlarımız yaşaydı. Şuların evladları bugün bizni muşaqa əvətkəndə ata boğulları, dadıları doğruluk yazgan kitaplarını şu evetimiz degende bizim küçümüz yetmeydi onunla dep biz hem de mındak turub aldık da Recep'e kitaplarını başka yollar bile evetsek bulduğu degende bu şu 80 neçə yaş kirgen bizdeki Fəxri anımız Zunun Teyip generalının kızı Tursunay Hede Teyipova neçə kitaplarını çıkardı. Uyghur alimlərə bağışlanğan ve şundaqla Uyghur kahramanları bağışlanğan kitaplar çıkardı. Ahırkı kitabı 2024 yılı çıkan kitabı o Zunun Teyip'teki əsirləri kitabını çıkarıp dadısını bağışlap birinci partiyasını müşəgə əvətdi. Şunun bilen onu əkəmək biz durus kömüdük. Onu əkilip hazır kitaplarını bana sizler gördüğünler bugün ayada выставкада oldu. Hazır mı bir Türk'üm kitapını sizlerge ekip durvatımız. Dünya Uyghur Qurultayının kitap kalısına sonra. Şu yani onundan artık bizden Kazakistan'da şair yazgıçılarımız var. Özünün eserlerini Uyghur halkına bağışlanğan. En birinci tema nime degende vatan. Vatan. Şununla şu kitaplarını sizlerge 24 namlı kitapını sizlerge geldik. Yine birisi bizni aldıratmam.
Yamancı soğuğa ketçi.
Sözümüz var. Biz 23 eden ben geldim. Şulara vekaleten ben sözlemetmem. 23 minut birisiniz bana. Endi biz naydı pəxirlənğan, kahraman kızımız, yaş bosumu, ismi, cismini yaraşqan Zümrəbəy kızımızını müşəgi çaqırıb, Zümrədəyimi bir soğu bəməkçimiz. Çünki Zümrəbəy özünün yeşik qaramay, özünün yaşılığını qaramay, dünyaga bizni to'pladıdı, hem de bizdeki g'ilmimizni yeb ishlayotidi. Shuningga biz azroq bo'lsinmi Zümrədəyga so'g'a Qozog'iston ayollari nomidan Türkiye mükafatına ege oldu. Şununla onu unutmayıp halkımız tebrik klasları da biz tebrik ediyoruz. Endi sizde uzak ömür, icadiyat, faaliyet, sizlerge tutulan dileyimiz. Assalamu alaikum. Yana bir kichkina ikki söz qo'shib qo'yay. Men Talg'ir nahiyalik madaniyat markazi tarafdan kelyapman. Mana shu qapoq cho'mishlarni bir qizimiz Zaytunam degan qizimiz shu Uyg'ur uyiga muzeyga qo'yib qo'yinglar mening so'g'am deb avatdi. Buning sirtidan Talg'ir nahiyasidan, Talg'ir judidan bir tona non, Stalinin judidan bir tona to'g'ash yana o'sha Talg'ir judidan, Talg'ir nahiyalik judlardan hammasidan seg'inishliq salom hammalarga.
Assalamu alaikum. Bizdeki Uyghur nahiyesi var. Kazakistan'da, Almatı olsa da. Şunun ki Medetleştiğin reisi Saydarlı. Onduravat kansiri. Assalamu alaikum aziz qarindoshlar. Sizlarga Almatı oblasi Uyghur nahiyasidan yalqinliq salom. Bunu qadimki yig'inda nihoyat bir cho'ng motivatsiyadan qo'ymiz go. Nihoyat bir ta'sirlarni oldik, nihoyat foydali narsalarni oldik. Iloyim ish qilib sizlarga muvaffaqiyatlar tilaymiz. Endi yangi Uyg'ur uyiga so'g'i salomlarni oz avatib deb otashqimizni tatib qoldik deydi. Ma'lumda sanab baksam, bunu Yevropa mamlakatlariga qaraganda, aslan hammasini qo'shganda bizniki chiqaroq chiqib qoldi. Bundan keyin endi bizning oylik maaşımız bir anımızdan yoki bir bo'yimizdan yoki bir ishchininki oylik maaşı sizlarninki bir kunlik oylik maaşlarga tetadi. Shunga qaramasdan yana o'sma biz aytib turyapmiz, unutmaymiz sizlarni. Shunchalik tagimizning o'zi qahramonlar. Do'stlar, sizlarga cho'ng rahmat. Uyg'ur davosini egiz cho'qqalarga chiqarganlar uchun bir javob.
Cumhuriyetimizden Kazakistan'daki Cumhuriyet Medeniyet Merkezi'nin hem bizden Kazakistan Uyghur Yaşlar Birliği'ni teşkilatından sizlerge bir tebrik xeytini yola verip okumay koyar, senin vaktini almay koyar.
Çok rahmet. Allah razı olsun. Tesirlendirdinler. Muştun kılacı hizmet kılanmagan bolsak, bunun deki kılıştırışımız elbette.
Assalamu alaikum. Hürmetli canküverler. Bugün bana biz için çıkış gün buluşunda çok hoşallık. O bosma bizden Dünya Uyghur Qurultayının 20 Dünya Uyghur Qurultayının şu 20 yıllık toyu gelip meşale katlaşıp Muşu bir iki kızın söz kılış için biz için çok bir bəxit dep oylaymiz. Endi baya hamısı etip ketdi, biz olar qoşulmamız hamısıga. Endi biz baya dolqun aysa kim yardım berdi, nim qildi deb Qozog'istonning bizning Qozog'istonliklarning nomidan edimini etmedi. Endi bu da yana biz konvert deb kelgan, men buni etmay beray.
Bu kere konvertga bunu bir iki gün salımıza olmaydı. Rahmet. Rahmet sizler. Allah razı olsun. Hakikaten Mişege Kazakistan'da 20 olaydı. Kazakistan'dan 30'a yakın kardeşimiz geldi. Uzun yol. Bu şöylenin Mişege kim girişimizi bizim için nayt zor, maddi ve manevi bir destek, biz için nayt çok bir amanet yani. Rahmet.
Aşağı körgen
Mana birinchi bizdeki xabayişimiz Uyghur Sunaslık